Is there a restless whisper in your mind tonight, an echo of the day's demands, or a quiet ache from burdens carried too long? Settle in, for in this tranquil space we'll gently untangle the knots of worry, inviting a profound calm that guides you not just to sleep, but to a deeper peace within. Let the world outside fade. Let the room you are in soften at its edges. There is nothing required of you here, nothing to do, nothing to achieve. There is only this moment, this breath, and the gentle invitation to come home to yourself. You have carried so much. You have walked a long road to arrive at this point of rest. Now, allow yourself to set it all down. Here, in the quiet, we will learn the gentle art of release, not with force, but with the soft, yielding grace of water. Soft, ambient sounds of a gentle, flowing stream begin to fade in, rich with texture, the sound of water moving over smooth stones, the whisper of reeds on the bank. Listen, can you hear it? Let your sense of hearing be the only thing that is active right now. Tune into that sound, the ancient, lulling voice of the earth itself breathing. It is the sound of water, the sound of a current, ceaselessly moving, endlessly flowing, without hurry, without destination, simply being in its own nature, which is to move. This is where our journey begins tonight, beside the banks of this quiet, patient stream. This stream represents the flow of life itself, the constant, unstoppable movement of moments, thoughts, feelings, and sensations. So often, we stand in the middle of this stream, bracing ourselves against its pull, believing our strength lies in our resistance. We plant our feet firmly on the riverbed, convinced that the goal is to remain unmoved, to build a dam of will against the relentless push of time and experience. We fight the current, and we call that struggle living. But what if this is a profound misunderstanding? What if true strength, true peace, is found not in resistance, but in the graceful, intelligent surrender to the flow? Imagine, for a moment, a traveler. Let us call him Kale. He was a man who believed his life's meaning was written in the ledger of his accomplishments and his pains. He journeyed through a vast and often difficult land, and to prove the journey's worth, to give it weight and substance, he felt an overwhelming need to collect souvenirs not of joy, but of struggle. He believed that tangible proof of where he had been and what he had endured was the only way to validate his existence. One morning, he came upon a wide, sun-dappled stream. Its bed was a mosaic of countless stones, each one tumbled and smoothed into a unique shape by the patient, persistent water. Some were a deep, soothing grey, like a cloudy sky. Others a milky white, veined with quartz that caught the light. And some were a dark, mysterious green, covered in a fine layer of moss. A thought, born of his deep-seated need for proof, took root in his mind. He would carry one pebble from every difficult mile he had walked. At first, the task was simple, almost pleasant. After fording a rocky pass, he selected a smooth, grey stone, cool and solid against his palm. It felt substantial, a memory made real. This is the memory of the mountain, he whispered to himself, and a sense of satisfaction settled in him. He slipped it into his pocket and continued his journey. After a long day's walk through a tangled forest, he chose another, a piece of dark granite. This is the memory of being lost, he declared. The collection began. The stones were his narrative, his resume of endurance. Soon, his pockets began to sag, the sharp edges of the stones pressing into his leg. He found a small leather satchel, and the collection grew more quickly. The stones now clinked against each other with every step, a constant, heavy and strangely comforting reminder of the miles behind him. The sound was a testament to his strength, or so he thought. The satchel soon became too small, it seemed straining. He traded it for a sturdy burlap bag, and then a larger one still, which he had to heave over his shoulder. The weight was no longer a gentle reminder, it was a grueling burden. His shoulders ached, his gait became a weary shuffle, and the clinking of the stones now sounded less like a song of achievement and more like the rattling of chains. His focus shifted from the journey itself, the sky above, the earth beneath, to the management of his burden. He was no longer a traveler, he was a curator of grievances. One afternoon, exhausted and sore, he reached a particularly beautiful bend in the stream. The water here was crystal clear, and the afternoon light, filtered through the canopy of ancient willows, danced upon its surface in a million tiny points of gold. On the other side of the stream stood a grove of ancient, moss-covered trees, their branches reaching out as if in welcome. A deep longing rose in him to cross the water, to stand in the quiet sanctity of that grove. It felt like a place of peace, a place of arrival, but his sack of stones had become a formidable anchor. He heaved it from his shoulder, the bag thudding onto the soft earth with a heavy, final sound. He looked at the bag, then at the water, then at the grove. He tried to lift the sack again, to carry it with him, but the thought of entering the water with such a weight was terrifying. It would pull him under, drown him in the very memories he sought to preserve. He sat heavily on the bank, a wave of despair washing over him. The beautiful trees on the other side, once a symbol of hope, now seemed to mock him, a paradise he was too burdened to reach. He ran his hand over the rough burlap of the sack. He could feel the shapes of the individual stones inside the sharp edge of an insult he'd held onto for years, the lump of a bitter disappointment, the heavy, round stone of a deep-seated regret. He looked at this sack, the very proof of his long and arduous journey, and saw for the first time that it was not his trophy, but his prison. The sum of his past was the one thing preventing him from stepping into his present. An old woman, her face a beautiful map of wrinkles, was gathering herbs by the water's edge. She had been watching him, not with pity, but with a deep, knowing kindness. She moved toward him slowly, her steps silent on the mossy ground. She didn't offer words of advice or ask about his troubles. Instead, she opened her simple, calloused palm. In it lay a single, waterlogged oak leaf, brown and fragile. She knelt, and without a word, gently placed the leaf on the surface of the stream. Cale watched, mesmerized. The leaf, without any struggle, without any resistance, was immediately accepted by the water. It was caught by the gentle insistence of the current, and it began to move. It dipped and swirled, dancing in a perfect, unscripted partnership with the water's flow. It didn't fight the stream, it joined it. It journeyed onward, light and free, carried by the very force he had been fighting with every step. He looked from the effortless, dancing leaf to his heavy, inert sack of stones. A profound realization dawned within him, as clear and bright as the water itself. Each stone was a worry, a grievance, a memory he had refused to release. Each one a piece of his identity that he felt he must carry, lest he forget who he was, or what he'd been through. "I walked so far for these," he whispered, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. It was the justification he had used to explain the ache in his shoulders and the sorrow in his heart. The old woman finally spoke, her voice as soft and soothing as the moss on the trees. "The stream honors your journey not by what you keep," she said, her eyes fixed on the water. It honors it by what you are willing to release to its flow. You are trying to carry the water, stone by stone. But the nature of water is to be carried. Your journey is not the stones you have collected, but the act of walking itself. And to walk freely, one must eventually learn to have empty hands. Kale stared at his collection, the accumulated weight of his yesterdays. For a long moment, he was frozen by fear. Who would he be without his pain, without his history? Slowly, tentatively, as if breaking a lifelong vow, he untied the thick rope binding the sack. He reached in, his fingers closing around a stone he'd picked up in a moment of white-hot anger years ago. He could still feel the echo of the argument, the heat in his chest, the bitter words. For years, he had held onto it, replaying the scene in his mind, justifying his righteousness. He held it now, felt its cold, unyielding weight in his palm. And then, with a deep exhale that seemed to come from the soles of his feet, he tossed it into the stream. There was no grand splash, just a quiet plunk, and it was gone, instantly absorbed by the water, its sharp edges already beginning the long, patient process of softening. A tremor of release went through him. He took another, a heavy, pitted stone of regret, a memory of a path not taken, a love not pursued. He held it, thanked it for the lesson it had taught him, and he let it go. And another, a smooth, dark stone of a lingering sadness he had carried. Since childhood, it, too, joined the current. One by one, he emptied his bag. The cacophony of his past, the clinking, rattling noise of his identity, was replaced by the gentle, steady, singular voice of the stream. When the bag was finally empty, he felt a profound lightness, not just in his body, but in his very soul. He stood up, and for the first time in as long as he could remember, his shoulders did not ache. He was just a man, standing by a river, with nothing to prove. He looked across the water to the ancient, peaceful grove, and with a newfound ease, he stepped into the gentle current. The water, which had once felt like an adversary, now felt like a supportive, cleansing embrace, helping to carry him to the other side. This story of Kale is our story. The teaching it holds is the gentle art of non-attachment. This is not a cold detachment or a heartless indifference. It is the profound, compassionate wisdom of the traveler. It is the understanding that clinging to thoughts, to emotions, to the past is precisely like carrying that sack of stones. We believe they define us, that they are our proof of a life lived, but they are just memories solidified into hard, heavy objects by our refusal to let them go. And their weight, their sheer psychic mass, prevents us from moving freely into the beauty of the present moment, from crossing the stream to the peace that awaits us on the other shore. Your mind is this stream. Every single day, thousands of thoughts like pebbles appear within its flow. Anxious thoughts, happy thoughts, neutral observations, memories, plans, worries. They are not, in and of themselves, a problem. The stream of consciousness is as natural as the stream of water. The problem, the origin point of our suffering, arises when we decide to reach into the water and pluck these thoughts from the current. We pull one out, examine it, judge it, and then place it in our sack. We identify with it. We don't just observe a thought of anxiety. We declare, "I am anxious," and in doing so, we take on its entire weight. We cling to a past hurt, polishing it with our attention and retelling its story until it becomes a heavy, defining feature of who we are. We grasp at a fleeting moment of joy, terrified of its departure, and in our very grasping, we squeeze the life and spontaneity out of it, turning it into another possession we fear losing. The practice of letting go is the practice of becoming. Like the stream itself, it is the courageous choice to allow thoughts and feelings to arise, to be noticed without judgment, and then to pass without being hoarded. It is not about forcing them away or damming the river. You cannot stop the stream of thought through force. This only creates more turbulence and pressure. Instead, you simply let it flow. You return to the wisdom of the empty hand. Let us try this now, together. Settle more deeply into your body. Feel the simple, honest weight of it, the points of contact with the surface beneath you. Become aware of the space your body occupies. Now, bring your awareness to your breath, that internal current that flows without any effort from you. In and out. A gentle, steady rhythm that has been with you since the moment of your birth. This is your anchor to the present. Now, I want you to visualize your worries, your stresses, the burdens you have been carrying today, this week, this year. Don't analyze them. Don't get lost in their stories. Simply allow them to appear in your mind's eye, as if you were looking at a collection of stones laid out on the riverbank. Choose one. Perhaps it is a persistent fear about the future, a knot of anxiety about work, or a difficult conversation you have been avoiding. See it clearly in your mind. Acknowledge it, and then, in your mind's eye, see yourself standing by that same gentle stream from our story. The water is flowing peacefully before you, shimmering in the light. Now, take that worry, that stone, and in your imagination, place it on a large, sturdy leaf. A vibrant green leaf from a summer tree, or perhaps a golden autumn one. See the leaf, feel its texture. Now, gently, lovingly, place that leaf onto the surface of the water. Do not push it, do not force it. Simply release your grip. And then, just watch. Watch as the current, the great, intelligent flow of life, catches it. It may swirl for a moment near the bank, as if reluctant to leave your orbit. But inevitably, the gentle insistence of the stream will guide it onward. Watch it drift away, becoming smaller and smaller, until it rounds a bend in the river and disappears from your sight. It has not been destroyed. It has not been denied. It has simply been released. You have let it go. You have entrusted it to. The current dots feel the space that is created within you with that single release. A tiny bit more lightness in your shoulders, a little more quiet in your mind. Now take another, a regret that has been weighing on you, a resentment you hold towards another, a harsh judgment you hold against yourself. One by one, place each burden on its own leaf and release it to the gentle, accepting flow of the stream. There is absolutely no rush. The stream is infinitely patient. It has been flowing for eons and will flow for eons more. It can carry it all. Feel the cumulative space that is being created within you with each and every release. You are not your thoughts. You are not your worries. You are the silent, aware presence watching them float by. You are the quiet, compassionate witness on the riverbank. This is the heart of the teaching. The freedom is not in having a perfectly empty mind or a life without problems. The freedom is in knowing that you do not have to carry everything. You can let the stream of life do the work. The ceaseless flow will carry things away if you only allow it to, as you lie here. Preparing for the deep rest of sleep, the invitation is simply to open your hand. Let the day, with all its complexities, flow through you and away from you. The triumphs and the failures, the conversations and the silences, the moments of connection and the moments of friction. Let them all be carried by the gentle current. They have been witnessed. They have been felt. Their purpose is complete. They do not need to be carried as heavy stones into the sacred sanctuary of your rest. So, as the sound of the stream continues to wash over you, a sound that is now inside you, let this be our final reflection in this part of our journey together. Allow your mind to become quiet and receptive. Let one final question echo softly in the spaciousness you have created. What is one thought, just one single stone, that you can allow the current to carry away tonight? You don't need to answer in words. Simply identify it in your heart. See it, acknowledge it, and with a gentle internal nod of release, let it go. Place it on a leaf and watch it drift out of sight, leaving behind only the profound, restorative peace of an empty hand and a quiet mind. The sound of the stream gently crossfades into a profound silence, a silence that feels vast and open. After a moment, the faint, distant, and indistinct hum of a far-off city or marketplace emerges, only to fade again into that deep silence, leaving only a feeling of immense space. Having allowed the gentle current to carry away what is heavy, we find ourselves afloat in a new kind of space, a space of quiet, of lightness, of potential. But this quiet, for many of us, can feel unfamiliar, even deeply unsettling. We are so utterly accustomed to the noise, both the clamor of the world outside and the incessant chatter of the world within, that true silence can feel like a void. The mind, in its habitual state, abhors a vacuum. We might be tempted to immediately fill this new space, to reach for the distraction of a phone, the comfort of a plan, or the familiar groove of a worry. This is the critical juncture where our journey takes us next, from the active practice of letting go to the subtle, receptive art of simply being. This is the search for a form of stillness that is not a fragile state dependent on a silent room or a peaceful landscape. It is the profound discovery of a sanctuary that is portable, indestructible, and eternally accessible because it resides within you. This quest for unshakable peace brings to mind a classic Zen story, a parable about a monk named Kai. Kai was renowned throughout his province, not for his scholarly knowledge of the sutras, but for the palpable depth of his meditative practice. People who met him spoke of a profound sense of peace that seemed to radiate from him, a calm that could soothe the most troubled heart. Many seekers, students, and tormented souls would make long, arduous pilgrimages to his remote mountain monastery, a place of stark beauty and profound quiet. They came hoping to learn the secret to his unshakable calm. They arrived with a preconceived notion, imagining that his peace was a product of his environment. They pictured him spending his days in a silent, rock-walled chamber, shielded by thick walls and miles of wilderness from every sound and distraction of the world. One day, a wealthy merchant, a man of great success but also of great inner turmoil, arrived at the monastery. His mind, as he described it, was a chaotic and relentless marketplace, filled with the shouting voices of fear, greed, ambition, and regret. He was a man perpetually exhausted by his own thoughts. "Master Kai," he pleaded, bowing low, his fine silk robes brushing the dusty ground, "I am a prisoner in my own mind. I will give you anything. I will build you the most silent, most perfect meditation hall in all the land, with walls of cedar and floors of polished jade. If you will just teach me how to find the peace you so clearly possess." Kai smiled, a gentle expression that seemed to crinkle the corners of his eyes with ancient wisdom. "Your generosity is noted, and your sincerity is felt," he replied. "But the peace you seek cannot be built from cedar and jade. To learn what you wish to learn, you must come with me." To the merchant's utter astonishment, Kai did not lead him to a secluded garden or a silent corner of the monastery. Instead, he led him down the winding mountain path they had both just ascended, all the way back into the sprawling, chaotic city from which the merchant had just fled. They walked directly into the pulsating heart of the city's main marketplace. It was a maelstrom of sensory overload, an assault on the senses. Vendors shouted, their voices raw from a day of haggling over the price of fish and spices. The iron-rimmed wheels of carts rumbled and crashed over uneven cobblestones. The air was a thick, almost suffocating stew of smells, saffron and dung. Roasting meat and raw sewage, fragrant flowers and dusty animals. The noise was deafening, the chaos overwhelming. The merchant, who lived and breathed this world of commerce, felt his anxiety spike instantly. His shoulders tensed, his jaw clenched, and the familiar, frantic dialogue erupted in his mind. "Master," he said, his voice tight, almost shouting to be heard over the din, "I cannot even hear my own thoughts here. This is the very source of my madness. How can anyone find peace in this?" Kai said nothing. He simply scanned the chaotic scene, his gaze calm and steady. He found a small, clear space near a public fountain where children were laughing and splashing. And there, amidst the swirling torrent of humanity, he sat down on the hard, dirty ground, folded his legs, straightened his back, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. The merchant stood beside him, aghast and bewildered. The chaos of the marketplace swirled around the monk like a frantic, indifferent storm. People jostled past, some pointing and whispering, others shouting and laughing. But Kai remained utterly still, an island of impossible tranquility in a raging sea of turmoil. He was a paradox, a silent note held steady in the middle of a symphony of chaos. The merchant watched, his own mind a whirlwind of confusion and irritation. For a full hour, as the sun began to set, the monk sat there, unmoving, his breath slow, and even his face a mask of serene composure. The chaos did not cease for a single moment, yet it did not seem to touch him. It was as if he were encased in an invisible sphere of silence. Finally, Kai opened his eyes. They were not dull or tired, but remarkably clear and bright, as if he had just awoken from a deeply refreshing sleep. "Master, I don't understand," the merchant stammered, his own nerves frayed from just standing there. How can you be so peaceful here?" Kai looked at the merchant, and his gaze was filled with a profound and gentle compassion. "You believe peace is the absence of noise," he said, his voice soft yet clear, cutting through the background clamor. "You believe tranquility is a destination, a place you must go to. A quiet room, a silent mountain, a secluded beach. But if your peace depends entirely on the world being quiet, you will forever be at the mercy of the world." "And the world," Kai said with a slight smile, gesturing to the chaos around them, "is very rarely quiet." "True peace," Kai explained, placing a hand gently on his own chest, "is not found in the silence outside. It is kindled by the stillness inside. It is a lantern that you learn to carry within you. Its light is not meant to be hidden away in a safe room, protected from the wind. It is in the heart of the storm that its light is most needed, and it is in the darkness that its glow is most clearly seen." He then looked directly into the merchant's eyes and asked a question that would change the man's life. "When you find yourself in a dark and unfamiliar room, do you spend your energy cursing the darkness, or do you light a candle? The noise and chaos of the world are like the darkness. Your task is not to curse the world for being loud. Your task is to light your inner lantern. This is the core teaching for this part of our journey tonight. True, unshakable tranquility is an internal state, a skill to be cultivated, a place to be discovered within. It is accessible to you right now, in this very moment, regardless of your surroundings, regardless of the state of your life. We so often postpone our peace, making it conditional on external circumstances. I will be peaceful when this project is done. I will be calm once the children are finally asleep. I will find rest on my vacation next year. We are, all of us, waiting for the marketplace of our lives to fall silent. But the marketplace rarely does. There will always be noise, demands, unexpected events, and the rumbling carts of other people's priorities. The practice, therefore, is not to control the world, but to cultivate a source of stillness within that the world cannot overwhelm. Our metaphor for this practice is the lantern. Imagine a simple paper lantern, perhaps one you made with your own hands. Within it, protected by the thin but resilient paper walls, burns a single, steady flame. This flame is your awareness, your conscious presence, the part of you that is simply watching. The lantern itself is your body, your personality, your life in the world. And the world outside is the wind and the rain, the unexpected phone call, the difficult news, the stressful commute. A strong gust of wind, harsh criticism, a sudden loss might cause the paper walls of the lantern to shudder and shake. It might even tear the paper in places, but it does not have to extinguish the flame within. The flame can continue to burn, casting its gentle, steady, golden light. Your inner stillness is this flame. It is always there. The problem is that we are so often focused on the shaking of the lantern walls, so identified with the drama of the wind and the rain, that we forget the flame is even burning. We identify with the chaos, with the shaking, rather than with the steady light of awareness that is witnessing it all. Let's find this lantern within you now. Allow your attention, which has been scattered across the day, to be gathered back in. Let it travel inward, past the surface-level thoughts, past the echoes of conversations, past the to-do lists for tomorrow. Journey deeper into the quiet, resonant core of your being. And at the very center of your chest, in the area of your heart, I want you to visualize or simply feel the presence of a small, warm flame. It may be tiny at first, just a faint, gentle flicker. That's perfectly all right. It doesn't need to be a bonfire. It just needs to be acknowledged. This is your inner lantern, the flame of your pure, uncomplicated presence. See its gentle, golden light. Feel its warmth spreading through your chest, a quiet, comforting heat that asks nothing of you. This light, this warmth, is your anchor to the present moment. It is the source of your innate, unshakable stillness. Now, let's connect this flame to something very real, very tangible, something that is with you always, your breath. Your breath is the fuel for this lantern. With every gentle inhalation, imagine you are feeding this flame, not forcing it, but offering it nourishment. Imagine the air you breathe is pure, liquid light, and as you draw it in, the flame becomes a little brighter, a little steadier, a little more confident. As you inhale, feel that light and warmth expand, filling your entire torso, and as you exhale, imagine that golden light radiating outwards from your core. Softening any tension, it touches the tightness in your jaw, the armor in your shoulders, the knot in your belly. Inhale, fuel the flame of stillness. Exhale, Let the light of that stillness permeate every cell of your body, reminding each one of its own peaceful nature. As you do this, notice the thoughts that arise. The marketplace of your mind is likely still active. You might hear the vendors of worry shouting about tomorrow, or the carts of planning rumbling by with their lists. That is perfectly fine. It is the nature of the mind. Do not try to silence them. Remember Kai in the marketplace. He did not waste his energy yelling at the vendors to be quiet. He simply and profoundly tended to his own inner stillness. So, as these thoughts appear, simply let them be the background noise. Your focus is not on them. Your focus is here, on this gentle flame, on this steady rhythm of the breath. The thoughts are just clouds passing in the sky. Your awareness is the vast, open, blue sky itself. The clouds may temporarily obscure the blue, but they can never stain or diminish it. Each breath is a return. Each breath is a conscious choice to tend to your inner light, rather than getting lost in the external storm or the internal chatter. This represents a profound shift in perspective. Peace is not something you must chase or construct outside of yourself. It is something you uncover within. It's already here, a quiet, luminous presence at your very center. It has been waiting patiently beneath the noise of your entire life. The practice is simply to remember it, to turn your attention toward it, to nurture it with the soft focus of your breath. Let's sit with this feeling for a few moments now. No need for elaborate visualization, no need for words or labels. Just feel. Feel the physical sensation of the breath entering and leaving your body. Feel the subtle, imagined warmth in your chest. Rest in the simple awareness that is you. This awareness is silent. It is still. It is whole. It is the background of reality, the source from which all thoughts and feelings arise, and the space into which they all eventually dissolve. It is the quiet chamber that holds the entire marketplace of your experience. When you connect with this awareness, you are connecting with your inner lantern. As you continue to breathe with this gentle focus, you may notice something remarkable. The noise of your mind, the frantic energy of the marketplace, may begin to settle all on its own, not because you forced it to, but because you withdrew your energy from it. You stopped feeding the chaos with your precious attention. The vendors in the marketplace of your mind get quieter when they have no one to shout at. The light from your inner lantern illuminates the present moment so clearly, so fully, that the ghosts of the past and the phantoms of the future lose their power. You are here, you are now, you are simply this breath. And in this simple, profound, undeniable reality, there is an unshakable peace. So, as we prepare to drift from this realization into the next layer of our journey, let this feeling be your anchor. Let this final reflection guide you. Where can you find a flicker of stillness within yourself, even now? Not by pushing anything away, but by gently, tenderly turning your attention inward. Can you feel the subtle, warm, silent flame of your own presence? Let that be your sanctuary. The world may continue to be loud, your life may continue to be demanding, but you now know where to find your true refuge. It is not in a place, but in a presence. It is the lantern you carry within. Its steady, golden light, a constant, loving reminder of the profound peace that is, and always has been, your truest nature. The feeling of quiet, spacious stillness is held for a moment. Then a single, clear, resonant sound, like a large temple bell, rings out. Let the sound hang in the air, allowing the listener to follow its long, slow decay until it vanishes completely into silence. We have found the lantern of inner stillness. a flame of pure awareness that can burn steadily within, regardless of the marketplace's chaos. In the clear, gentle light of this lantern, we can begin to observe the world, both our inner world and the outer world, with a newfound clarity and courage. And one of the very first truths that this clear-eyed seeing reveals is a profound one, and at first, perhaps, an unsettling one. Everything changes. The flame of the lantern is steady, but the light it casts upon the screen of life reveals a world in constant, unending, irreversible flux. This brings us to the heart of the Buddhist teaching of impermanence, or anicca. This is not presented as a sorrowful or nihilistic truth, but as a deeply liberating one. It is the gentle echo that whispers through all of existence, and it offers profound solace and freedom if we can only learn how to listen to its message. To understand the freedom held within this truth, let us consider the story of an old gardener named Ilara. She was a woman who lived for her garden. She cultivated a space that was renowned throughout her valley for its exquisite and harmonious beauty. But her most prized possession, the object of her deepest attachment, was a single, unique rosebush. It was a variety she had discovered by chance, and it produced blossoms of a color she had never seen anywhere else, a deep, velvety crimson that, in the right light, seemed to shimmer with its own inner luminescence. Each year, as spring softened the land, she would wait with the breathless, anxious anticipation of a lover for the first tiny, green buds to form. She would protect them from aphids and late frosts with a fierce tenderness. She would water them with meticulous, almost ritualistic care, and she would watch, day by day, as the tight buds slowly, magnificently unfurled their velvet petals. For a few glorious weeks, her garden was graced with these perfect, otherworldly crimson roses. Visitors would make special journeys to come and marvel at them, and Ilara's heart would swell with a mixture of pride, joy, and a deep, possessive love. This, she felt, was perfection. This was life at its peak. This was how things were supposed to be, but then, inevitably, the change would begin. It would start subtly, a slight curling at the edge of an outer petal, a barely perceptible fading of that vibrant crimson hue. Soon, the velvety texture would soften, and the glorious blossoms would begin to look tired, their heads bowing slightly on their stems. One by one, they would release their hold and fall, creating a soft, sorrowful carpet of decaying beauty on the earth below. And every single year, as the last petal fell, a deep and bitter sorrow would descend upon Ilara. She felt it as a personal loss, a failure of her care, a betrayal by life itself. She would grieve for the faded beauty, for the end of that perfect moment. Her intense attachment to the rose's peak bloom caused her immense, predictable pain during their natural, graceful decline. She resisted this part of the cycle with all her being, and in her resistance, she suffered terribly. One year, a traveling monk, old and wise, stopped to rest in her garden, seeking only a cup of water and a shady place to sit. He arrived just as the roses were in their final, fading days, the air filled with their sweet, decaying scent. He saw the profound sorrow etched on Ilara's face as she watched a single petal detach from the last remaining rose and drift silently to the ground. "You have cultivated such astonishing beauty," the monk said, his voice gentle and kind, "and yet it seems to be the source of such pain for you now." "It is dying," Ilara said, her voice heavy with grief. "All the perfection is gone. Soon there will be nothing left but thorns and bare stems. It's all over." The monk bent down with surprising agility and picked up a fallen petal from the ground. It was soft and delicate, almost translucent in his weathered hand. "Tell me," he asked, looking at her with piercing clarity, "do you see this petal as an ending, or do you see it as a promise? This petal, in its falling, is making way for the new growth that is already being planned deep within the bush. Its decay will break down and feed the very soil that will nurture next year's bud. The blossom is not the entire life of the rose. It is but one beautiful, fleeting breath in its long and continuing story. The story includes the roots in the dark earth, the thorns, the bare branches in winter, and the promise of the bud." He continued, his voice resonating with a deep truth. "You are so in love with the blossom," the monk said, "that you have forgotten to love the rose bush. You love only one perfect moment, and so you find yourself at war with all the other moments that are just as necessary, just as real. To truly love the rose is to love its entire being, its patient budding, its glorious blooming, its graceful fading, and its vital period of rest. It is to love the entire cycle. The astonishing beauty of the blossom is so profound because it is fleeting. Its preciousness, its ability to touch our hearts so deeply, is born directly of its impermanence." Alara looked at her garden, at the fallen petals and the bare stems, with new eyes. For the first time, she saw the fallen petals not as a sign of death and failure, but as a beautiful and necessary part of a living, breathing process. She saw the quiet, powerful wisdom in the plant's complete acceptance of its own cycle of growth, peak, decay, and renewal. She realized with stunning clarity that her suffering came not from the fact that the roses faded, but from her insistent, desperate demand that they stay in bloom forever. The next day, when the final crimson petal fell from the bush, she did not weep. Instead, she knelt down and with a sense of reverence, gathered the soft, faded petals into her hands. She was deeply grateful for the beauty they had shared with her, and she was, for the first time, completely at peace with their passing, knowing they were not an ending, but a transformation. She had learned to find beauty not just in the destination of the perfect bloom, but in the entire sacred journey of change. This is the liberating power of deeply understanding impermanence. We, like Alara, so often fall in love with a single moment, a single state of being. When we feel a moment of pure happiness, we cling to it, a subtle terror of its ending already poisoning the experience. When we are healthy and strong, we take it for granted and live with a low-grade fear of sickness and decline. When we are with those we love, we exist with an underlying, often unspoken, dread of eventual loss. We are constantly trying to freeze life, to build a frame around it and hold the perfect rose blossom in our hands forever. But life is not a photograph, it is a river. Our suffering arises from our attempts to build dams of expectation and attachment against this powerful, natural, and ultimately benevolent flow. The metaphor for this teaching is the falling leaf. Imagine a single, perfect maple leaf in the heart of autumn. It has spent the spring and summer in glorious activity, absorbing sunlight, converting it into life for the tree, dancing in the wind, providing shade. Now its time has come. The days grow shorter, the air cooler. The tree sends a signal. The leaf lets go. It doesn't cling to the branch in fear or denial. It doesn't curse the coming winter. It simply, gracefully releases its hold and begins a final, silent, beautiful dance to the forest floor. It floats, it twirls, it surrenders completely to the unpredictable currents of the air. Its fall is not a tragedy, it is a homecoming. It returns to the earth, where it will join its brethren, breaking down and becoming the very soil, the rich humus that will feed the tree's roots, enabling a million new leaves to be born in the spring. The leaf's entire existence is a perfect sermon on impermanence. Its beauty at every stage, the tender, hopeful green of its birth, the vibrant, productive life of its summer, the glorious, sacrificial gold of its release, and the quiet, humble purpose of its decays, utterly inseparable from its transient nature. Let us connect with this profound truth in the direct experience of our own bodies. Your body is a living universe of constant change. Millions of cells are being born and are dying in every single moment. Your breath, this river of life, flows in and it flows out. Sensations arise, continuously an itch on your scalp, a warmth in your feet, a coolness on your skin, an ache in your back end. Then, if you watch them closely, they pass. Your body is not a static object, a solid sculpture. It is a dynamic process. It is a flowing river of sensation. So, let's practice observing this living process right now. Bring your awareness gently into your body as you lie here. Let your attention begin a slow, mindful scan from the very tips of your toes up to the crown of your head. And as you do, simply notice what you feel, without any judgment, without any need to change or fix anything. You might notice a tingling sensation in your foot. Don't label it good or bad. Don't get caught in a story about it. Just observe it with a kind, curious attention. It is a sensation. Watch it. Does it stay exactly the same? Or does it shift, fade, intensify, or move? Perhaps you feel an area of tension in your shoulder. Instead of tensing against it, which is our usual habit, bring a soft, curious, accepting awareness directly into the heart of the sensation. Observe it like a meteorologist, observing a weather pattern. Notice its texture, its borders, its temperature, and just watch. You are not trying to fix it. You are simply witnessing its true nature, which is to change. You are acknowledging its presence in this moment, while holding the deep, calming knowledge that this moment, too, shall pass. Now, let's extend this gentle, observant practice to our minds. A thought arises. Perhaps it is a vivid memory from the day. See it. It is like a cloud drifting across the vast, open sky of your awareness. It takes a shape, it has a color and a texture, and then, if you don't grab onto it and try to hold it will continue to drift, its edges softening until it dissolves back into the clear sky from which it came. Then another thought appears, and another. This is the nature of the mind. It is a constant, flowing stream of mental events. To understand impermanence is to stop trying to lasso the pleasant, fluffy clouds and go to war with the dark, stormy ones. It is to simply learn to rest as the sky itself, allowing all weather to pass through you without resistance. There is a deep and profound solace in this. When you are experiencing pain, whether it is physical or emotional, you can gently remind yourself of this truth. This too shall pass. This is not a dismissal of your pain, but a wise and compassionate recognition of its nature. The pain is a vast wave in the ocean of your experience. It will rise, it will crest, and it will inevitably fall. By remembering its impermanent nature, you can stop adding the second, unnecessary layer of suffering, the fear that the pain will last forever. You can breathe into it, making space for it, knowing it is a visitor, not a permanent resident. Likewise, when you are experiencing a moment of great joy, you can savor it more fully, more deeply. Instead of being haunted by the fear of it ending, you can immerse yourself completely in its beauty and its warmth, precisely because you know it is precious and fleeting. You can love the rose blossom all the more deeply for knowing and accepting that it will not last forever. So, as we rest here in this quiet understanding, let's bring our awareness back to our immediate sensory experience. The echo of impermanence is all around us and within us. It is in the sound that arises and then fades into silence. It is in the breath that enters and then leaves the body. It is in the feeling of warmth under the blanket that can change to coolness in an instant. It is in the thought that appears bright and solid and then vanishes without a trace. Life is an elegant dance of appearing and disappearing. Our reflection here is one of gentle, patient observation. I invite you to find one fleeting sensation. In your direct experience, it could be the feeling of the air as it touches your skin. It could be the gentle, rhythmic rise and fall of your chest or abdomen as you breathe. It could be a thought that is just now drifting through the field of your mind. Choose one. And for the next few moments, just watch it. Don't hold on. Don't push away. Simply acknowledge its presence and allow it to change, to morph, to fade, all on its own. What fleeting sensation can you acknowledge and allow to pass through you tonight? In this simple, profound act of watching, you are aligning yourself with the fundamental rhythmic truth of the universe. You are letting go of the exhausting struggle. You are becoming like the falling leaf, surrendering to the graceful, unending, and ultimately beautiful dance of change. A soft, atmospheric sound of a gentle wind begins to subtly fill the background. A sound that evokes spaciousness, openness, and vast, empty landscapes under a wide sky. Having witnessed the ceaseless, graceful dance of impermanence, seeing with the clear light of our inner lantern how all things arise and pass away, a natural and profound question begins to form in the quiet spaces of the mind. If my thoughts are not permanent, if my feelings are not permanent, if even the most solid-seeming sensations in my body are in constant, unceasing flux, then who or what am I? What is this self, this me, this I that seems to be at the very center of all this churning experience? This potent inquiry leads us to one of the most transformative, subtle, and ultimately liberating teachings in the Zen tradition. The concept of Yanetta, often translated as non-self or no-self. This teaching isn't a nihilistic declaration that you do not exist. It is a far more subtle and powerful insight. You do not exist as a fixed, separate, solid, and independent entity. Your sense of self is not a noun, but a verb. It is a process, a story, a constantly changing constellation of thoughts, feelings, memories, and roles, all arising from a web of infinite causes and conditions. There is a powerful Zen parable that illuminates this liberating and often misunderstood teaching with beautiful simplicity. Imagine a man who decides to go fishing at the break of dawn. He is a man who takes himself and his peace very seriously. He takes his small wooden boat out onto a vast, mist-covered lake. The air is perfectly still, the water like a sheet of polished grey silk. He finds what he believes to be a promising spot, casts his line, and settles into a state of what he hopes will be peaceful contemplation. The silence is absolute, broken only by the gentle, rhythmic lapping of water against the hull of his boat. As he sits there, lost in the tranquility, trying to achieve a state of peace, another boat suddenly thumps hard against the side of his own, jolting him violently from his reverie and splashing cold water onto his lap. A surge of hot, righteous anger flashes through him. His peace is shattered. Who is this careless fool? He thinks, his jaw tightening. his hands clenching into fists. How could someone be so clumsy and inconsiderately blind as to crash into me on this wide-open lake? His mind instantly begins constructing a story about the other person. They are arrogant, reckless, disrespectful. He turns his head, his body tensed, ready to shout, ready to unleash his frustration and anger upon the thoughtless pilot of the other boat. But as he turns, his angry words catching in his throat, he sees that the other boat is empty. It simply broke free from its moorings, somewhere upstream, and has been drifting silently, carried by the invisible currents of the lake. In that single, stunning instant of seeing, his anger vanishes. It doesn't just subside, it evaporates completely into the morning mist, leaving no residue. There is no one to blame. There is no one to be angry at. It is just an empty boat, a situation without an antagonist. His entire universe of righteous indignation collapses into nothing. He simply feels the bump, sees the empty boat, and the story ends. With a sigh that is part relief and part wonder, he reaches out, gently pushes the empty boat away from his own, watches it continue its aimless journey, recasts his fishing line, and settles back into the profound, now much deeper, silence of the lake. The event is the same. His boat was struck, but his entire emotional and psychological reaction was transformed the moment he realized the other boat was empty. Later that day, back in his bustling village, a man carrying a large basket of vegetables rushes around a corner and bumps into him hard, causing him to drop the few fish he had managed to catch. Immediately, that same hot flash of anger arises. The same story begins to form. This careless person, this inconsiderate. But then, in the space of a single breath, he remembers the empty boat on the misty lake. He looks at the man who bumped him, man flustered, his face etched with worry, perhaps late for something important, perhaps caught up in his own story of hurry and stress, and in his mind's eye, he sees him not as a solid antagonist, but as another empty boat, a boat being tossed about on the powerful, invisible currents of his own life, his own conditioning, his own suffering. And in that moment of seeing, his anger once again softens. It loses its target. It becomes baseless. It dissolves. He sees not an aggressor, but a fellow traveler. He helps the man pick up the scattered fish. They share a brief understanding, smile, and they each continue on their way. The encounter leaving not a scar of resentment, but a small trace of shared humanity. This is the profound teaching of the empty boat. The story is a metaphor for all of our interactions and, most importantly, for our own deeply held sense of self. We navigate the world believing we are a solid, fixed, and very important self in our boat. And we perceive everyone else as a solid, fixed self in theirs. When their boat bumps into ours, when someone criticizes us, disappoints us, cuts us off in traffic, or hurts our feelings, our ego, our sense of a separate and precious self rises up in defense like a wounded animal. We feel wronged, attacked, personally violated. Our anger has a clear and solid target. But the wisdom of Unita invites us to look closer, to look with the eyes of compassion and clarity, and to see that all the boats are, in a fundamental sense, empty. They are collections of causes and conditions, of thoughts, feelings, histories, and genetic predispositions, all drifting on the great, mysterious lake of existence. The person who was unkind to you today was likely acting from a place of their own unheard pain, their own unexamined fear, their own deep-seated insecurity. Their boat was simply being carried by a strong current of anger or jealousy that they themselves did not consciously choose and do not fully understand. When you can truly see this, even for a moment, blame softens into compassion. Resentment gives way to a spacious understanding. Even more profoundly, this teaching invites us to turn our gaze around and look at our own boat. We cling so desperately to the idea of a me, a permanent, unchanging captain who is in charge of this vessel. We believe this me is solid and real. But this me is the source of so much of our suffering. It is the me that feels the sting of pride and the crushing weight of shame. It is the me that endlessly replays past embarrassments in the middle of the night, and the me that rehearses future anxieties, trying to control a future that does not yet exist. It is the me that takes everything so very personally. This constructed self is a heavy, demanding burden. It's a story we've been telling ourselves and others for so long that we've mistaken the story for the reality. It is a collection of memories, beliefs, titles, and roles: parent, child, worker, friend, all bundled together and given the single, powerful name, me. But like Alara's rose, this self is also impermanent and ever-changing. The you of 10 years ago is not the you of today. Your cells have been replaced. Your thoughts have changed. Your beliefs have evolved. Your experiences have shaped you in new and unpredictable ways. The metaphor here is the empty boat itself, drifting without a rower, without a fixed destination, guided only by the wind and the current. To see yourself as an empty boat is not to become passive, nihilistic, or irresponsible. It is to find an almost unimaginable freedom. It is the liberation from the crushing burden of self-importance. When you are an empty boat, an insult can pass right through you. There's nothing solid for it to stick to. A failure is not a final verdict on your permanent character. It is simply a change in the current, a new direction. A great wave of sadness can wash over the boat and pass on. It doesn't have to be labeled my sadness, a permanent possession. It is just sadness, a weather pattern on the great lake of being. Let's explore this feeling of spaciousness together now. Settle back into the rhythm of your breath. Feel the gentle, automatic rise and fall of your body. Now, allow a thought to arise in your mind. Any thought will do. Let's take the thought, I need to get more sleep. Notice how we normally experience this. We identify with it completely. I am the one who needs sleep. The thought feels solid, true, and personal. Now, let's try something different. As the thought I need to get more sleep arises, imagine it is simply a cloud drifting through the vast, open sky of your awareness. Or imagine it is a bird call echoing across the silent, misty lake. The sky is not the cloud, the lake is not the bird call, and you are not the thought. You are the vast, silent, open space in which the thought appears. Can you feel that subtle but profound shift in perspective? You are the awareness witnessing the thought. You are the empty boat, and the thought is just a single ripple on the surface of the water. Let's try this with a feeling. Gently bring to mind a mild feeling of worry, perhaps about something on your schedule for tomorrow. Feel where that worry shows up in your body. Maybe it's a familiar tightness in the chest, or a subtle knot in the stomach. Now, instead of identifying with it and saying, I am worried, try framing it differently in your mind. A feeling of worry is present in the body and mind. See the feeling as a passenger who has just stepped into your boat. It's not the captain. It's not the owner of the boat. It is not you. It's just a temporary visitor brought in by a particular current of thought or memory. Greet it without fear. Acknowledge its presence with a kind of neutral hospitality. Worry is here for a visit. You don't have to serve it tea and ask it to stay forever, nor do you have to panic and try to throw it overboard. You simply notice it, and by not identifying with it, by not making it me or mine, you create a space around it. You realize that you are the boat, and the worry is just a passenger. And, like all passengers, eventually it will disembark. This practice of non-identification, of emptying the boat, creates a profound and resilient sense of inner peace. It is the ultimate letting go. First, we let go of our clinging to things, and out comes with the flowing stream. Then, we let go of our clinging to a fixed, solid self. We empty the boat. This doesn't mean we lose our unique personality, our memories, or our history. The boat still has its unique shape, its particular color, the scratches and marks from its long journey. Those are part of its story. But we realize that the boat's true, fundamental nature is its emptiness, its capacity to hold any and all experience without being permanently defined by it. Its true nature is its ability to float. This spaciousness is your birthright. It is the still, silent awareness that was here before your first thought this morning and will be here after your last thought tonight. It is the open sky that impartially holds every cloud, every storm, every rainbow, every ray of sunshine. To learn to rest in this awareness is to rest in true freedom. So, as the gentle sound of the wind whispers of this vast openness, let this be our final reflection for this part of our journey. Take a moment to simply observe the stream of your own consciousness. Watch the thoughts, feelings, and sensations as they arise and drift by like empty boats on a great lake. And ask yourself this question, letting the answer be a feeling rather than a string of words. If yourself was an empty boat, what worries would simply drift away? What anger would have no target to strike? What burdens would have no one there to carry them? Rest in that feeling. The feeling of profound lightness, of incredible spaciousness, of unshakable freedom. The feeling of being the empty boat, at peace with the mist, at one with the currents of the vast, silent, and mysterious lake of being. The spacious sound of the wind softens and dissolves, and in its place, a very subtle, warm, resonant drone, like a low, gentle, continuous hum from a choir or a set of singing bowls, begins to create a feeling of warmth, safety, and heartfelt presence. We have journeyed far tonight, from the flowing stream of letting go to the discovery of the inner lantern of stillness. From there, we witness the truth of the falling leaf of impermanence, which led us into the vast open space of the empty boat. And here, in this spaciousness, having set down the heavy, exhausting burden of a fixed and separate self, we discover not a cold, sterile emptiness, but a profound and fertile potential. It is an openness that is ready, waiting to be filled, and the quality that naturally, organically arises to fill this spaciousness is compassion. When we see clearly that all boats are empty, drifting on the unseen currents of cause and effect, blame dissolves and a tender understanding dawns. This is the birthplace of metta, the Pali word for a boundless, unconditional loving kindness. It is a gentle warmth that heals, a courageous tenderness that mends, and it must be directed first inward to ourselves, before it can authentically be offered outward to all others. The journey into the heart of compassion begins with a story, not of a great sage in a remote cave or a powerful monk in a grand temple, but of a wise old woman and a single, struggling plant. The woman, whose name was Anya, was known throughout her village for her gentle, knowing hands. It was said she could coax life from the most barren soil and listen to the silent language of leaves. In her small, sun-drenched courtyard, she had many vibrant, thriving plants that bloomed with an almost impossible vitality. But in one shaded corner, there was a lotus flower in a simple, cracked clay pot. This particular lotus was her greatest challenge and, though no one knew it, her greatest teacher. Its leaves were often yellowed at the edges, its stems seemed weak and reluctant, and it rarely, if ever, produced a flower. Many of her neighbors, meaning well, told her to throw it out. "It's a hopeless case, Anya," they'd say. "It's taking up precious space and sunlight. Look at it, an ugly, wilting thing compared to your other magnificent flowers." Anya would simply smile her quiet, mysterious smile and continue her daily care. She never once berated the lotus for not blooming. She never compared it to the healthy, vibrant plants nearby. Instead, every single morning, as her first act of the day, she would go to it. She would whisper words of soft encouragement, her voice a low hum. She would gently clean its dusty leaves with a soft, damp cloth, feeling for any sign of new life, any subtle shift in its being. She would give it fresh water, not too much, not too little, always testing the soil first. She would move its pot throughout the day, ensuring it received the gentle morning light but was protected from the harsh, unforgiving glare of the afternoon sun. She treated its vulnerability not as a flaw to be corrected, but as a simple, present tense fact of its existence. She met the plant exactly where it was, day after day, with an unwavering, unconditional, gentle kindness. Her care was not transactional, not conditional on its performance. Her love was not a reward for its beauty. Her tenderness was a gift, freely and patiently given to its struggle. One day, a young boy from the village, his face streaked with tears and dirt, after being harshly scolded by his father for breaking a pot, came and hid in the perceived safety of her courtyard. He watched the old woman as she tended to the wilting lotus with such focused and loving attention. "Why do you even bother with that one?" the boy finally asked, his voice thick with his own hurt and frustration. "It's ugly. It's not a good flower. It's a failure." Anya turned from the plant and looked at the boy, her eyes full of a deep, peaceful understanding that saw past his angry words to the pain beneath them. She beckoned him closer with a gentle movement of her hand. "Come, look," she said softly. She pointed to a tiny, new green shoot, almost invisible, emerging from the muddy base of the plant. "Do you see this? Despite everything, it is trying. Its nature, its deepest impulse, is to grow towards the light, just like yours, just like mine. Sometimes the journey is difficult. The soil is poor, or the sun is too harsh, or the winds are too strong. Does a struggling being deserve our anger and our judgment? Or does it deserve our most gentle care, our most patient encouragement?" She looked from the struggling plant to the tear-streaked face of the boy. "When you feel broken," she said, her voice now barely a whisper, "when you feel like you have failed, do you need a scolding voice to tell you all the ways you are wrong? Or do you need a kind hand and a gentle heart to remind you of your own inner strength?" She paused, letting her words settle in the quiet air. "This lotus," she concluded, "is teaching me how to be kind. It is teaching me that the most profound and necessary love is the one we offer to the parts of us that are wilting, to the parts of us that feel broken." The boy looked at his own scraped knee, then at the struggling plant, and then into the boundless compassion in the old woman's eyes. And in that moment, he understood. He saw his own hurt mirrored in the fragile lotus, and he felt the warmth of Anya's kindness encompassing them both. And over a great deal of time, with this same patient, unconditional, daily care, a single, magnificent lotus blossom, pure and white and perfect, finally unfurled from the muddy water of its pot, its beauty all the more stunning, all the more miraculous for the difficult journey it had endured. This is the very essence of the practice of metta, of loving, and its most crucial, most challenging, and most transformative application is toward ourselves. The lotus flower is our perfect metaphor. It is a universal symbol of purity, beauty, and spiritual awakening. But we must always remember, where does this exquisite, perfect flower grow from? It grows from the mud. The mud is our suffering, our perceived flaws, our past mistakes, our shame, our guilt, our grief. We so often hate the mud. We curse it. We try to scrub it off, to deny it, to pretend it isn't there. We want the perfect flower without the messy, complicated, and often painful mud. But the profound wisdom of the lotus teaches us that the mud is the very source of its nourishment. The mud is the raw material. Without the mud, there can be no lotus. To practice compassion, then, is to become like Anya. It is to learn to tend to the wilting parts of ourselves with the same gentle, patient, unconditional care. We all have a struggling lotus within us, a part that feels it is not good enough, a part that carries old, unhealed hurts, a part that is terrified of the future, a part that is drowning in grief. Our common habit is to be the harsh critic, to stand over that struggling part with our hands on our hips and tell it to get over it, to toughen up, to compare it to our stronger parts or to the seemingly perfect lives of others. The revolutionary practice of self-compassion is to turn toward that vulnerability with the tenderness and wisdom of a master gardener. It is to kneel down in the mud, to get our hands dirty, and to whisper, "I see you. I see you are struggling. It's okay. I am here with you. I will not abandon you. What do you need?" Let us begin this sacred practice now, in the safety and quiet of this space. Bring your awareness back into the landscape of your body. Let your body be soft. Let your mind be receptive. And I want you to gently, kindly ask your own heart, is there a part of you that feels vulnerable tonight? A part that is hurting or tired or afraid or ashamed? It might manifest as a physical sensation, a familiar tightness in your throat, a heaviness in your chest, a cold knot in your stomach. It might be an emotional ache of loneliness or regret. It might be the nagging, cruel voice of your own inner critic that is constantly telling you that you are failing. Don't force an answer. Don't go digging for pain. Just create a gentle, open, loving invitation for that vulnerable part of you to make itself known, if it feels safe enough to do so. Perhaps you can visualize it as a small, lost child within you, or as Anya's struggling lotus plant. Once you have a sense of this vulnerable part, the first and most important step is simply to acknowledge its presence without judgment. There you are. I see you. You are not trying to fix it or get rid of it. You are simply offering it the rare and precious gift of your full, undivided, loving presence. This, in itself, is a profound act of healing kindness. Now, let's offer it a gesture of physical warmth. You might place a hand gently over your heart, or you might place a hand on your belly, or wherever in your body you feel that vulnerability. Let the physical warmth of your hand be a tangible symbol of the inner warmth you are extending to this part of yourself. Feel the simple contact, the gentle pressure. This is a non-verbal gesture that says, I am here. I am with you. You are not alone in this. Now, we will offer some phrases of loving kindness, like the cool, fresh water Anya gave her lotus each morning. You can repeat them silently in your mind, directing them like a healing balm toward that vulnerable part of yourself. Let the words be soft, not a harsh demand, but a gentle wish. Don't worry if you feel it or not. The intention is the practice itself. You are planting seeds of kindness in the soil of your own heart. Breathe in and silently offer the phrase, may I be safe. Breathe out and let that feeling of safety permeate your being. Breathe in and silently offer the phrase, may I be peaceful. Breathe out and let go of the struggle, even just for a moment. Breathe in and silently offer the phrase, may I be healthy and strong. Breathe out and feel a sense of wholeness and resilience. Breathe in and silently offer the phrase, may I live with ease. Breathe out, releasing the habit of making things so hard for yourself. Continue this for a few moments, at your own pace, with your own rhythm. May I be safe. May I be peaceful. May I be healthy and strong. May I live with ease. If your mind wanders, as it will, that is okay. Gently, without scolding, guide it back to the breath and the phrases. If difficult feelings arise, that is also okay. They are the mud, your kindness, your attention, your breath. These are the water and the light. Just continue to offer these phrases, tending to your own inner garden with infinite patience. You are learning to treat yourself like someone you deeply, truly care for. This is not selfish or indulgent. It is the necessary foundation for all true healing and for all genuine compassion for others. When you have knelt in your own mud and tended to your own wilting lotus, you will know how to approach the struggles of others, not with judgment or pity, but with the same wise, gentle, and respectful hands. You will see their mud and know that within it lies the sacred potential for a beautiful flower. Compassion unfurls from the spaciousness of non-self. When there is no solid me to defend, the heart naturally, instinctively opens. When there is no solid you to blame, harsh judgment softens into a tender empathy. We begin to see, in a deep, embodied way, that all beings are like the lotus, trying to grow toward the light, often from very difficult and muddy circumstances. We are all connected in this shared, fundamental desire for happiness and for freedom from suffering. So, as the warmth of this practice fills you, let's close this section with a final, simple reflection. Bring your awareness back to that vulnerable part of you, the one you have been tending to with such kindness. It may feel a little softer now, a little more at peace, simply from having been seen and held. Our final question is an invitation to a small, tangible action. What is one small act of kindness you can offer yourself right now as you prepare for sleep? Perhaps it is the simple act of allowing yourself to rest deeply without guilt or anxiety. Perhaps it is placing your hand back on your heart and taking one more deep, nourishing, grateful breath. Perhaps it is silently forgiving yourself for a small mistake you made today. Choose one small thing and offer it to yourself freely, without condition, as Anya offered her care to the lotus. In this simple, tender act, you are nurturing the most beautiful and world-changing blossom of all, the compassionate heart that heals the world by first learning, with courage and patience, to heal itself. The warm, resonant drone from the previous section slowly, gracefully fades into a deep and profound quiet. It is not an empty quiet, but one that feels alive, present, and full of potential. it holds for a long moment. We have knelt in the mud of our own being and tended to the struggling lotus with a gentle, compassionate hand. We have filled the spaciousness of the empty boat not with more thoughts or fears, but with the boundless, healing warmth of metta. And now, having cultivated this inner kindness, we learn to listen. We learn to listen not just to the sounds of the world, but to the very space in which sound is born and into which it dissolves. We turn our attention from the content of our minds to the context that holds it. This is a journey into the profound wisdom of silence, not the absence of noise, but the presence of a deeper reality. It is the discovery that the most beautiful music is not only in the notes, but in the silence that gives them shape, meaning, and power. This brings to mind the story of a young musician named Julian. A was a piano virtuoso, a prodigy whose technical skill was the talk of every conservatory in the country. His fingers could fly across the keys with astonishing speed and flawless precision. He could play the most complex and demanding pieces ever written without a single mistake. His concerts were sold-out events, attended by critics who praised his mechanical perfection and audiences who were awed by his sheer dexterity. Yet, for all this acclaim, Julian felt a deep and gnawing emptiness. His music, for all its perfection, was cold. It was like a perfectly cut diamond that had no light passing through it. It impressed the mind, but it never touched the heart. He knew it, and it haunted him. Driven by this sense of profound lack, he sought out a legendary but reclusive teacher, an old master named Elian, who lived in a small cottage high in the mountains. After a long and difficult journey, Julian arrived, and to prove his worth, he sat at the old weathered piano in Elian's simple room and played his most impressive piece, a frantic, fiery cascade of notes. He played it perfectly, his hands a blur, his body rigid with concentration. When he finished, breathless and proud, he looked to the old master for the praise he was accustomed to. Elian was silent for a long time, his eyes closed, his face impassive. Finally, he opened his eyes and looked at the young man. "You have very skillful fingers," he said, his voice quiet and even, "but you have told me nothing. You have played many, many notes, but you have not made any music. You fear the silence, and so you fill every possible moment with noise." Julian was taken aback, his pride wounded. Fear the silence. Music is sound. It is the notes, is it? Elian replied softly. Is a word the only important part of a sentence? Is a star beautiful without the vast, dark sky behind it? You play as if you are shouting, desperate to be heard. You have not yet learned to listen. For weeks, Elian refused to let Julian play a single piece of music. Instead, his lessons were exercises in stillness. He would have Julian sit at the piano for an hour at a time without touching the keys, simply listening to the sounds of the wind in the trees outside, the creak of the floorboards, the sound of his own breathing. He taught Julian to brew tea, instructing him to listen to the sound of the water heating, the whisper of the steam, the gentle clink of the cup on the saucer. Julian grew frustrated, angry. He had come to learn music, not to perform chores and sit in maddening silence. He felt his talent was being wasted. One evening, on the verge of giving up and leaving, he sat before Elian, his frustration palpable. "I don't understand what any of this has to do with music," he burst out. Elian smiled faintly and lit a single candle, placing it on the piano. "The world is full of noise, Julian. Your mind is full of noise. The desire to impress, the fear of failure, the ambition, the pride. When you play, you are simply transcribing that noise onto the keyboard. You are not creating, you are merely broadcasting your own inner chaos. True music, the kind that can break a heart open, is not born from noise. It is born from silence. He then instructed Julian to play a single note. Just one, a C note in the middle of the keyboard. Julian did so, playing the note with his usual crisp precision. "Now," said Elian, "play it again. But this time, before your finger touches the key, listen to the silence in this room. Feel it. Let it fill you. And then, when you play the note, see it not as the beginning of a sound, but as a brief, beautiful interruption of that profound silence. And after you lift your finger, listen again. Listen to the echo of the note as it fades, as it returns, back into the silence from which it was born. The note is just a guest. The silence is the home." Julian, humbled and intrigued, did as he was told. He closed his eyes. He breathed. He let go of his desire to impress. He felt the vast, peaceful quiet of the room, the soft flicker of the candlelight, the stillness of the mountain air. And then he played the single note. This time, it was different. It sounded rich, resonant, full of a meaning that had been absent before. It was a single, perfect star in a vast, dark sky. He then listened, truly listened, as the sound shimmered, decayed, and dissolved back into the quiet. A tear rolled down his cheek. He finally understood. The music wasn't just the notes. The music was the relationship between the notes and the silence. The silence was the canvas. The notes were the paint. Without the canvas, the paint was just a meaningless mess. He spent the next year with Elian, learning not how to play more notes, but how to honor the space between them. He learned that a pause could hold more emotion than a flurry of arpeggios. He learned that the gentle release of a final chord into silence was the most important part of a piece. When he finally returned to the concert hall, his playing was transformed. He played with half the notes and 10 times the feeling. He was no longer just a technician, he was a poet. He didn't just play the music, he allowed the music to arise from and return to a deep and reverent silence that he now carried within himself. The audience was no longer just impressed. They were moved, they were healed, they were silenced. This is the profound teaching for this part of our journey. Our lives, and especially our minds, are like Julian's early playing. They are filled with noise, with constant chatter, a relentless inner monologue that fears stillness. We move from one thought to the next, one task to the next, one notification to the next, without any space in between. We believe that productivity and worth come from filling every moment. But we are discovering that wisdom, clarity, and true insight are not found in the noise. They are waiting for us in the silence between the notes. The metaphor is this very silence between the notes. In a piece of music, this space is called a rest. It is not an absence of music. It is a vital part of the music's structure, rhythm, and emotional impact. It creates tension. It allows for release. It gives the listener time to absorb what has been heard. Our thoughts are the notes. They can be beautiful, chaotic, harmonious, or dissonant. But the real music of our consciousness, our deep, intuitive wisdom, is found in the rests. In the gaps between the thoughts. To become a master of your own inner world is not to stop the thoughts, but to learn to appreciate the silence that holds them. Let us practice listening for this silence now. Settle your body. Let it be heavy, relaxed, and still. Bring your awareness to the faculty of hearing. For a moment, just listen to the sounds around you, without labeling them. The hum of an appliance, the distant sound of traffic, the sound of your own breath. Hear them as Julian learned to hear the Cineta's temporary events arising and fading in a vast field of silence. Now, turn that faculty of listening inward. Become aware of the stream of your thoughts. You don't need to try and watch them. Just notice that they are there. They are the mind's music. A thought about yesterday, a thought about tomorrow, a fragment of a song, a single word. They are the notes being played inside you. Our normal habit is to be completely caught up in these notes, following their melody from one to the next without a break. But now, we are going to do something different. We are going to become like Elian, the wise teacher. We are going to listen not for the notes, but for the space between them. This requires a subtle shift in attention. Keep your awareness light and patient. You are like someone sitting in a quiet forest, waiting to catch a glimpse of a rare and timid animal. You cannot force it. You can only be still and wait. Notice a thought, acknowledge it. And then, as that thought ends, before the next one begins, notice the gap. It might be incredibly brief, just a microsecond of quiet, but it is there. That tiny pocket of silence is the canvas. It is the space of pure, untroubled awareness. It is the source. As you rest your attention here, you may find that these gaps begin to widen. The frantic pace of the mind's music begins to slow down. The rests become longer, more pronounced. You are not forcing this. You are simply shifting your allegiance from the noise to the silence. Feel the quality of this silence. It is not an empty, dead void. It is a living, vibrant stillness. It is peaceful. It is calm. It is full of a quiet intelligence. This is the state of being Elian was teaching. It is the source from which all true creativity, wisdom, and peace arise. When you are faced with a difficult decision, the frantic noise of the mind, with its pros and cons and fearful projections, will only confuse you. The answer, the clear seeing, often comes when the deep, resonant silence is held for a moment longer. Then a new sound emerges, subtle and clear, the sound of a single drop of water falling into a perfectly still pool. The gentle ripple spreading outwards and then returning to stillness. This sound repeats occasionally. We have rested in the profound silence between the notes, discovering a space of deep listening within ourselves. In that quiet, we create the conditions for a new kind of seeing. When the noisy commentary of the mind subsides, we begin to perceive reality with less distortion. We are no longer looking at the world through a lens fogged by our judgments, preferences, fears, and desires. Instead, we begin to see things simply as they are. This leads us directly and powerfully into the practice of acceptance. Not a passive resignation, but a radical, courageous, and deeply peaceful alignment with the truth of the present moment. It is the practice of becoming like a clear, flawless mirror to understand the immense power and freedom in this practice. Let us consider the story of two farmers who lived in a small, remote valley where the seasons were harsh and life depended entirely on the whims of the weather. One farmer, a young, strong, and ambitious man named Lan, believed in wresting a living from the land through sheer force of will. The other, an elderly woman named Lyra, who had farmed the same small plot her entire life, believed in partnership. With the land, one year after a promising spring, a sudden and severe drought fell upon the valley. The sky remained a merciless, cloudless blue day after day. The earth grew cracked and hard, and the young green shoots of corn began to yellow and wither. Phelan was thrown into a state of rage and despair. He would stand in his field, shaking his fist at the empty sky, cursing his luck, cursing the heavens. It's not fair. He would rage. I did everything right. I planted at the right time. I worked so hard. He spent his days in a frantic, exhausting battle against reality. He hauled buckets of water from the rapidly shrinking river, a back-breaking and ultimately futile task that left him drained and bitter. He would spend his evenings staring at his dying crops, his mind a storm of resentment and anxiety. His struggle, his non-acceptance of the drought, was a second, more potent poison, burning him out from the inside. He was at war with what is, and it was a war he could never win. Lyra, on the other hand, observed the same cloudless sky and the same thirsty earth with a different quality of attention. There was sorrow in her gaze, yes, but there was no resistance. There was no anger. She looked at the sky, felt the heat, saw the wilting plants, and in a deep, quiet way, she simply said yes to what was happening. This is what is, she would murmur to herself. So, what now? Her acceptance of the reality of the drought was not a sign of defeat. It was the crucial first step that freed all of her energy to deal with the situation skillfully, because she was not wasting her strength. Fighting the sky, she had strength for other things. She immediately stopped tending to the corn, which she knew was lost. Instead, she spent her days reinforcing the shade cloths over her small kitchen garden, saving the few precious vegetables that could survive. She dedicated her time to foraging on the hillsides, gathering the tough, drought-resistant herbs and roots that Phelan, in his ambition, had always ignored. She spent her afternoons not in a rage, but in her cool, dark workshop, mending her tools, sharpening her plow, and weaving new baskets, knowing that the rain would eventually return, and she intended to be ready for it. Her neighbors saw her as passive, as having given up. Phelan, in his bitterness, even mocked her. But Lyra was at peace. Her heart was not untroubled, but her mind was clear. She was not at war with the world. She was dancing with it, even in its harshness. Months later, when the rains finally returned, Phelan's fields were barren, his tools were rusted from neglect, and his spirit was broken. He had nothing. Lyra, however, had survived. Her pantry was stocked with dried herbs and roots. Her tools were sharp and ready, and her spirit was intact. She had bent with the wind, and so she had not been broken. She had accepted the reality of the drought, and in doing so, had found the freedom and clarity to navigate it wisely. She had been the clear mirror, reflecting the drought without judgment, and acting from that clear reflection. This is the liberating teaching of acceptance, a concept in Zen known as tafat, which can be translated as suckness or thusness. It is the practice of meeting every moment and every experience with the simple recognition, this is what is. It is a radical dropping of our internal argument with reality. We spend so much of our life force arguing with what is. We argue with the traffic, with the weather, with our past, with other people's behavior, with our own feelings. We live in a constant state of it shouldn't be this way. This internal battle is the source of the vast majority of our stress, anxiety, and exhaustion. Acceptance does not mean you have to like what is happening. It is not condoning harmful behavior in others or being a doormat. It is not passive resignation. Lyra did not like the drought, but she accepted that it was happening. This acceptance was the pivot point from powerless victimhood to skillful action. You cannot effectively change a situation until you first accept the reality of that situation. You cannot heal from a feeling until you first accept that you are feeling it. Our metaphor for this practice is a clear mirror. A perfect mirror has no opinion. It has no preference. When a beautiful, smiling face appears before it, the mirror reflects it perfectly. It does not try to cling to the image or wish it would stay forever. When a sorrowful or angry face appears, the mirror reflects it just as perfectly, without flinching, without judgment, without wishing the face were different. It simply shows what is. When a storm cloud passes before it, it reflects the storm cloud. When the sun comes out, it reflects the sun. The mirror's own nature remains unchanged, clear, and peaceful through it all. Its job is not to judge the reflections, but simply to reflect them. Our mind, when it is not at peace, is like a warped, cracked, or dirty mirror. It distorts every reflection. A neutral comment from a friend is reflected as a criticism. A small setback is reflected as a catastrophe. Our preferences, our fears, our history, all this dirt and all these cracks prevent us from seeing the world and ourselves as they truly are. The practice of acceptance is the process of gently cleaning this mirror. Let us try to feel into this quality of mirror-like awareness right now. As you rest here, allow a situation in your life to come to mind that you are currently resisting. It doesn't have to be a major life crisis. It could be a persistent annoyance, a difficult relationship, a physical pain, or a feeling of anxiety that you are constantly trying to push away. Choose one thing and see in your mind's eye how you are fighting it. Notice the tension in your body that accompanies this resistance. Notice the recurring loop of thoughts, the internal argument. This shouldn't be happening. If only things were different. It's not fair. This is the energy of Phelan shaking his fist at the sky. It is exhausting and it is powerless. Now, let's try a different approach. Let's try to be the mirror. For the next few moments, I invite you to simply allow this situation or this feeling to be here exactly as it is. You are not saying it's good. You are not saying it's right. You are not resigning yourself to it lasting forever. You are simply dropping the argument with the fact that it is present in your experience right now. Imagine this difficulty, this feeling, this pain, this situation is a reflection appearing in the clear, flawless mirror of your awareness. The mirror's only job is to reflect it perfectly, without adding a story or a judgment. If the feeling is anxiety, let the mirror of your awareness reflect the physical sensations of anxiety, the rapid heartbeat, the tightness in the chest without, the second layer of thought that says, I hate this, I have to get rid of it. Just let it be reflected. If it is a physical pain, let the mirror reflect the pure, raw sensations, the heat, the pressure, the throbbing without. The story of this will never end. If it is a difficult memory, let the mirror reflect the images and feelings without. Getting caught in the drama, breathe, and with every exhalation, consciously release the struggle. Let go of the rope in the tug-of-war with reality. Simply allow it to be here. You may be surprised by what happens. Often, when we stop fighting a feeling, when we finally accept its presence, it begins to soften. It begins to lose its power over us. Like a monster that feeds on our fear, when we stop feeding it with our resistance, it often begins to shrink. By allowing it to be, we allow it to change and, eventually, to pass. This is the great paradox of acceptance. The moment we truly accept a situation is the moment we are finally free to change it. or to be free from its emotional grip. This practice of acceptance, of becoming the mirror, brings an incredible sense of peace and empowerment. You realize your well-being does not have to depend on the world conforming to your preferences. You can be at peace even when the reflection in the mirror is not what you would have chosen. Your peace comes from the clarity of the mirror itself, not from the nature of the reflections. So, as we prepare to transition from this space of deep acceptance, let this reflection settle into your being. Hold the image of the clear mirror. In your mind, it is your true nature, spacious, clear, and untroubled by the endless parade of reflections that we call life. What reflection in your life have you been fighting? What situation or feeling have you been at war with? And now, ask yourself this question, not with the intention of finding an answer, but of feeling the possibility it contains. What can you simply observe tonight, without needing it to be different? Can you allow one difficult reflection to simply be held in the vast, accepting, mirror-like nature of your own awareness? Rest in that possibility. The possibility of peace, not through struggle, but through a courageous and gentle acceptance of what is. The sound of the single water drop fades. It is replaced by the simplest, most fundamental sound of all, the soft, rhythmic, and intimate sound of gentle human breathing, close and clear, creating a feeling of profound intimacy and immediacy. Closing parenthesis, having learned to meet reality with the mirror-like quality of acceptance, we find ourselves standing on new ground. The war with what is has been called off. The energy we once spent in resistance is now available to us. This naturally brings us to a place of profound presence. When we stop arguing with the past and stop rehearsing for the future, we arrive, fully and completely, in the only moment where life ever truly happens, right now. This is the practice of mindfulness, of sati, and its most humble, powerful, and constant anchor is the one thing we so often take for granted, the simple, gentle, life-giving rhythm of our own breath. The power of being fully present is beautifully illustrated in the story of a young potter named Ren. Ren was exceptionally talented, but he was tormented by an obsession with perfection. His goal was to create a single, flawless vase piece so perfectly symmetrical, so immaculately glazed, that it would be a timeless testament to his skill. He lived not in the present moment of creation, but in the imagined future of the finished product. Day after day, he would sit at his pottery wheel, his body tense, his mind racing. He would work the clay with a frantic energy, but his focus was always on the end result. He would throw a pot, and as it rose under his hands, his eyes would scan it, not for its emerging beauty, but for its inevitable flaws. A slight tremor in his hand that created a subtle ripple, a tiny air bubble in the clay. A slight asymmetry that only his critical eye could detect. Any of these would send him into a spiral of frustration. He would crush the pot, slamming the wet clay down onto the wheel with a curse, and begin again. His workshop was a graveyard of hundreds of collapsed, imperfect pots. He was so fixated on the flawless vase that he could never create a good one. He was a prisoner of his own ideal. His master, an old, patient potter who had long since made peace with the nature of clay and of life, watched Ren struggle with a compassionate heart. He saw that the young man's talent was being strangled by his ambition. One day he came into Ren's workshop and, without a word, took his own seat at a wheel. He took a simple lump of clay and began to work it. But he did so with a completely different quality of attention. His movements were slow, deliberate, and fluid. His face was relaxed, his gaze soft. He seemed to be listening to the clay, feeling its nature rather than imposing his will upon it. As the pot began to rise, it was clear he was not striving for a future perfection. He was fully absorbed in the immediate, sensory reality of that single rotation of the wheel. Ren stopped his own frantic work to watch. "Master," he said, "how do you remain so calm? I am trying to create the perfect form, but I am always defeated by imperfections." The old master did not stop the wheel. "You are not defeated by imperfections, Ren," he said, his voice as calm as his hands. "You are defeated by the future. Your mind is not here with the clay. It is in a museum, admiring a vase that does not exist. The perfect vase is a ghost, and you are trying to wrestle a ghost into reality." He brought the wheel to a slow stop and looked at Ren. "The secret to a beautiful pot is not found in the idea of the pot. It is found in the breath you take as your hands touch the clay. It is found in the feeling of the wet earth spinning beneath your fingers. It is found in this single, present moment." He then gave Ren a strange instruction. "For the rest of the day," he said, "I do not want you to try and make a pot. I want you to do only one thing. With every turn of the wheel, I want you to take one single breath. Inhale as the wheel begins its turn. Exhale as it completes it. Your only job is to feel your breath and to feel the clay. There is no goal, there is no pot. There is only breath and clay now." Reluctantly, Ren agreed. At first, it was maddening. His mind kept jumping ahead, visualizing the finished form, judging the clay. But he persisted, returning again and again to the simple instruction: breath, clay, turn, breath, clay, turn. Slowly, something inside him began to shift. His tense shoulders relaxed. His frantic mind began to quiet. He started to actually feel the clay for the first time, its texture, its temperature, its willingness to yield. He became lost in the simple, rhythmic dance of breath and movement. He forgot about the perfect pot. He forgot about himself. There was only the process. And in that state of pure, effortless presence, a form began to rise from the clay under his hands. It was not a form he had planned. It was a form that arose from the meeting of clay, breath, and presence. When he was finished, he looked down and saw the most beautiful vase he had ever made. It was not technically flawless. There was a slight ripple near the lip and a thumbprint near the base. But it was alive. It had a spirit. It was beautiful not in spite of its imperfections, but because of them. They were the signature of the present moment in which it was born. This is the essential teaching of mindfulness. Our minds, like Ren, are almost always living somewhere else. We are living in the past caught in loops of regret, guilt, shame, or sentimental nostalgia. Or we are living in the future, consumed by anxiety, planning, rehearsing, and worrying. We spend our lives remembering what was and anticipating what might be, and in doing so, we completely miss the only reality we ever have, what is. The past and future are phantoms, mental constructs, the only point of power, the only place of true peace, and the only time we are ever truly alive is in the now. Our metaphor for this practice is the breath itself. The breath is the ultimate anchor to the present moment. Think about it. You cannot take a breath in the past. You cannot take a breath in the future. You can only breathe right now. The breath is always with you, a constant, reliable, rhythmic companion. It is the bridge between your mind and your body. When your mind is lost in a storm of thought, returning your attention to the simple, physical reality of your breath is like throwing a heavy anchor from a storm-tossed ship into a calm, deep sea. It stabilizes you. It brings you home. Let us drop this anchor now and bring ourselves home to the present moment. Allow your body to rest completely. Release any need to be anywhere else or to be doing anything else. For these next few moments, this is your only task, to be here and to breathe. I invite you to bring your full, gentle, and curious attention to the physical sensations of your own breathing. There is no need to change your breath in any way. You are not trying to breathe deeply or slowly. You are simply observing the breath as it is, allowing it to be natural. Become a scientist of your own inner experience. Notice where you feel the breath most clearly in your body. Perhaps you feel it as a cool sensation at the tip of your nostrils as the air enters. Can you notice the subtle difference in temperature as the warmer air leaves your body? If so, just rest your attention there on that small patch of sensation. Let it be your single point of focus. Or perhaps you feel the breath more in the movement of your chest or your abdomen. If so, place your attention there. Feel the gentle, rhythmic rise on the inhalation and the soft, complete release on the exhalation. You can even place a hand on your belly if you like, to feel this gentle, life-affirming movement more clearly. There is no goal here. There is no destination. There is only the feeling of this breath right now, and the next breath right now. Your mind will wander. This is not a mistake. It is simply what minds do. It will wander into a thought, a memory, a plan. When you notice that your mind has wandered down, this moment of noticing is a moment of pure mindfulness. Kindly and without any judgment, simply guide your attention back to the physical sensation of the breath. You may have to do this 100 times. That is the practice. Every single return to the breath is a victory. Every return is a strengthening of your presence muscle. Let's rest in this simple, profound awareness for a while. The cool air is entering. The gentle pause. The warm air leaving. The chest rising. The abdomen expanding. The gentle fall on the release. ... Each breath is a new beginning. Each breath is a gift. It is the rhythm of life itself, happening inside you. While you are paying attention to your breath, you cannot be lost in anxiety about the future. While you are feeling the rise and fall of your chest, you cannot be trapped in regret about the past. You are here. You are now. You are safe. You are alive. This practice is so simple, yet its effects are so profound. It regulates the nervous system, bringing a sense of calm and safety. It clears the mind, allowing for greater focus and insight. But most importantly, it brings you back into your own life. We live so much of our lives on autopilot, lost in thought, that we miss the beauty and wonder of our own existence, the taste of our food, the color of the sky, the feeling of warmth on our skin, the sound of a loved one's voice. The breath is the doorway back to all of this. It is the key that unlocks the richness of the present moment. As we conclude this part of our journey, allow the strict focus on the breath to soften. Let your awareness expand to include your whole body, feeling it breathing, a living, vibrant organism resting here in the present moment. Feel the profound peace that comes from simply being here, without resistance, without striving. Let this question be your gentle guide as you drift towards sleep or simply deeper into stillness. Where in your life can you bring more gentle awareness to the very next breath, not as a chore, but as an act of homecoming? Perhaps it's when you're waiting in a line or listening to a friend, or feeling stressed at work, can you remember to come home just for one breath? In that one breath, you will find a sanctuary. In that one breath, you will find your life waiting for you. The intimate sound of breathing softens and gradually fades, replaced by a complex and layered ambient soundscape. It is rich and alive, featuring the distant, gentle sound of wind chimes, the soft rustling of countless leaves in a forest, the faint cry of a night bird, and the deep, resonant hum of the earth itself, all interwoven to create a sense of a living, breathing, profoundly interconnected world. We have come home. Home to the present moment, anchored by the simple, profound, and utterly reliable reality of our own breath. And here, in the stillness of this presence, a new kind of perception begins to dawn, like a slow sunrise over a familiar landscape, revealing details we had never noticed before. As we become more intimate with the landscape of our own inner world, we start to sense the subtle yet unbreakable links that tie us to the world outside. The persistent feeling of separation, the lifelong illusion of being an isolated self contained within a boundary of skin, begins to soften at its edges. It grows porous, permeable. We start to perceive, with a sense of quiet wonder, the unseen. Threads that weave us into the grand, intricate, and breathing tapestry of existence. This is the sacred journey away from the cold fiction of loneliness and into the warm, comforting, and liberating truth of our profound interconnectedness. To explore this truth, let us consider the story of a great mountain. This mountain was ancient beyond measure, a solitary peak of granite and ice that stood as the highest point in its range. For millennia, it had stood in what it perceived as a state of proud, noble, and isolated grandeur. It defined itself by its stark distinctness from everything else. I am this peak, it would think to its core of stone, as it watched the lesser, gentler hills huddle at its base like children. I am that which stands alone. It felt a sense of profound, unshakable loneliness in its elevation, a loneliness it mistook for strength. It watched the sun rise, a fiery spectacle that happened to it, and set, a daily departure that left it alone with the cold. It watched the stars wheel overhead in their silent, indifferent dance. It saw the clouds as transient, needy visitors that would cling to its slopes for a while, obscuring its view before inevitably moving on, leaving the mountain alone once again. The wind was a relentless intruder that would scour its face with ice and dust, and the seasonal rains and snows were burdens to be stoically endured. The mountain's entire identity, its very sense of self, was built upon its separation from and its silent endurance of the world around it. It was a magnificent fortress of solitude, one eon after countless identical seasons of this lonely endurance. A single, tiny, and seemingly insignificant pine seed carried on the invisible currents of the persistent wind, found purchase in a small, sheltered crack near the mountain's summit. It was a 1 in a billion chance. Water, delivered by the very clouds the mountain resented, pooled in this crevice, freezing and thawing, widening the crack just enough, and over an immense, patient stretch of time, a small, gnarled, and incredibly resilient tree began to grow. At first, the mountain, in its grand indifference, barely noticed this tiny flicker of life, viewing it as just another temporary stain upon its eternal, stoic face. But the tree held on, its roots with a patient, relentless force that seemed impossible for something so small, began to delve deeper into the mountain's rocky being. They navigated microscopic fissures, surrounded tiny crystals, and with the slow, powerful chemistry of life began to break the ancient stone apart, drawing minerals and sustenance from the mountain's very essence as the tree grew, its roots becoming a part of the mountain's internal structure. The mountain began to experience a strange and unfamiliar set of sensations. It began to feel the tree not as something on it, but as an extension of it. For the first time, it felt the gentle vibration of the wind, not just as an external force on its rock face, but as a tingling, rustling song in the tree's countless needles. It experienced the rain not just as a cold wetness to be shed, but as a welcome, life-giving nourishment being drawn up through the tree's roots, which were now intimately and inextricably woven into its own substance. The tree's thirst became a distant echo of its own. The tree's resilience became its own. A slow, geological time awakening began to dawn within the mountain's ancient consciousness. It started to see the world not as a collection of separate objects, but as a series of relationships. It looked at the clouds differently. It realized it was not just their temporary, passive resting place. The mountain's own immense height and brooding presence were what cooled the air and caused the moisture-laden clouds to gather and release their rain. The mountain and the cloud were in a sacred dance. They co-created the rain that nourished the tree that was now a part of the mountain. It looked at the wind with new understanding. The wind was not just a random, annoying intruder. It was the great messenger, the invisible current that had brought the precious seed of the tree, its new and permanent companion. The wind was the breath of the world that allowed the tree to live, to photosynthesize, to be. The mountain then turned its awareness down to the valleys and the rivers that snaked through them below. It realized that the very stones eroded from its own face. The tiny particles of its being carried down by the rain it helped to create were what formed the fertile, alluvial soil of the valleys where all of life thrived. The mountain was not separate from the valley. It was the valley's ancient, sleeping parent. Its own slow decay was the source of the valley's vibrant life. The mountain's entire sense of self dissolved and reformed. It was not a solitary peak. It was the rock, but it was also the tree that grew from it. It was the slope that guided the water, but it was also the water itself, and the cloud that carried it. It was the height that caught the wind, but it was also the wind, and the seed within the wind. It was the source of the valley, and it was in an eternal, dynamic relationship with the valley. The unseen threads of connection, once invisible, were now brilliantly, undeniably clear. The loneliness, which was born from the cold illusion of a separate self, dissolved completely into a profound, silent, and deeply peaceful sense of belonging to everything. The mountain was no less majestic, but its majesty was no longer a lonely one. It was the shared majesty of a vital, beautiful, and indispensable part of a living, breathing, interconnected whole. This is the deep and healing teaching of interbeing, a term that points to the reality of dependent origination. It is the core understanding that nothing, absolutely nothing, exists independently on its own. Everything in the universe is a nexus of connections, a meeting point of countless causes and conditions that stretch back through time. To be is to interbe. The feeling of being a separate, isolated individual, a lonely mountain peak, is a persistent and powerful illusion, one that our culture often reinforces. It is the fundamental source of our deepest feelings of loneliness, alienation, anxiety, and fear. The practice of learning to see the unseen threads is the direct and powerful antidote to this core suffering. Our metaphor for this profound truth is an intricate, ancient tapestry, If you look at a single thread in a great tapestry, you can describe it scientifically. You can say it is red, it is made of wool, it is 2 feet long, but you have not understood the thread. You know nothing of its true nature until you see how it is woven together with all the other threads around it. Its position, its purpose, its beauty, its very meaning, is entirely defined by its relationship with every other thread in the tapestry. It holds other threads in place, and it is, in turn, held in place by them. It contributes its unique color to a larger pattern, and that larger pattern gives its individual color, context, and significance. To pull that single thread from the tapestry, to try and study it in isolation, is to destroy its true nature and to damage the whole. So it is with us. We are not isolated threads. Our meaning is found in our connection. Let us trace some of these unseen threads together, right now, in our own direct experience. The practice is simple. It is a gentle investigation, born not of intellectual analysis, but of quiet, open-hearted curiosity. Let's begin with the air you are breathing, this invisible substance of life. As you draw in your next breath, truly consider where this air has come from. It is filled with oxygen, a gift from the vast green forests of the Amazon, from the ancient redwoods of the Pacific coast, from the humble phytoplankton blooming in the deep, cold oceans. With this single, simple breath, you are in a direct and intimate communion with a tree thousands of miles away. The exhalation of that tree has become your inhalation. Your exhalation, rich with the carbon dioxide that is a waste product for you, is the life-giving nourishment for the plants in your room or just outside your window. This simple, unconscious act of breathing is a constant, rhythmic, and sacred exchange with the entire biosphere of the planet. Feel this connection now. You are not just a body in a room. You are an active participant in the breathing of the world now. Consider the surface you are resting on. A bed, a mat, a couch. Think of the threads that make up the blanket that covers you, the warmth it provides. If it is cotton, those fibers began as a seed in a field. A seed that required sunlight, rain, and the rich minerals of the earth to grow. The sun, a fiery star 93 million miles away, is literally touching your skin right now through the stored solar energy in the warmth of your blanket. The ancient clouds that drifted across continents to deliver the rain are present in the softness of the fabric. The farmer who tended the crop, the shepherd who cared for the flock, they are here with you in this room. The person who designed the weaving machine, the factory worker who operated the loom, the truck driver who transported the blanket to the store, the clerk who sold it thousands upon thousands of people, most of whom you will never meet, are part of the vast and intricate web of causes and conditions that have resulted in this simple, comforting sensation of warmth and safety you are feeling right now. Rest in this incredible web of connection. Feel the presence of all this life, all this work, all this energy, all converging to support you in this very moment. Let's take it even deeper into the fabric of our own minds. Consider a feeling of joy or sadness that you experienced today. Where did it come from? It did not arise from a vacuum. It was likely sparked by a word, a memory, an image, a song. The person who spoke the word was themselves the product of their own entire lifetime of conditioning, their own joys and sorrows. The memory that arose was formed in a context, a place and a time that no longer exists, but whose echo is still felt within your nervous system. Your feeling is not just your feeling. It is a ripple in the vast ocean of human experience, connected to the countless ripples of every being who has ever lived. Seeing this doesn't diminish or invalidate your personal experience. It deepens and enriches it. It removes the sharp, isolating, painful edge of why me, and softens it into a shared, compassionate understanding of the universal human condition. You are not alone in your feeling. You are a vital participant in a great river of feeling that flows through all of us. This is the practice of seeing with the eyes of interbeing. It dissolves the hard, illusory boundaries of the ego. It dismantles the fiction of separation. When we can truly see and feel this, a profound sense of kindness, responsibility, and compassion naturally arises. We realize that our every thought, word, and action pulls on the infinite threads of the great tapestry. A kind word is not just a kindness to one person. Its positive ripples spread in unseen and unpredictable ways. An act of anger is not just a personal expression. It sends a vibration of suffering out into the web that affects us all. We are not isolated actors performing on a stage. We are co-creators of our shared reality in every moment. Let us rest in a gentle reflection of this liberating truth. Bring your awareness back to your body, resting here, breathing here, existing here in this vast web of connection. Feel the simple weight of your body, a weight given to you by the gravity of the earth. Feel the substance of your body, built from the food you have eaten and the water you have drunk, all gifts from the planet, from the sun, from the rain. Feel the innate intelligence in your body, an evolutionary inheritance passed down through a thread of life that connects you back to the very first single-celled organism on Earth. Now, I invite you to feel your connection to something larger than your individual self. It could be the silence. This very same silence you are experiencing is being shared by countless others around the world, perhaps in this very moment, who are also seeking peace. You are connected in this shared ocean of quiet, or perhaps feel your connection to all those you love. Bring their faces to mind. Even though they are not physically here, the thread of love, of memory, of care connects you to them. That thread is real. It is a form of energy. Feel the undeniable reality of that connection. The painful state of loneliness comes from one thing, forgetting these threads. It comes from identifying only with our own small, seemingly separate story. The healing of loneliness comes from remembering. It comes from daring to see the whole tapestry. You are not a separate thread, lost and alone. You are the entire tapestry, experiencing itself from your unique perspective. As we bring this part of our journey to a close, let this profound feeling of connection be what you carry forward. Let it be a deep source of comfort, a wellspring of compassion, and a reminder of your true place in the world. You are not an island. You are a vital, beautiful, and absolutely irreplaceable part of an infinitely complex and deeply sacred whole. Allow this final question to resonate in the quiet of your interconnected being, not as a problem to be solved, but as a wonder to be felt. What small connection, often overlooked, can you truly feel tonight? Is it the connection to the moon, whose silent gravitational pull affects the tides of the oceans and the water in your own body? Is it the connection to the long-dead author of a book that changed your life? Is it the connection to the unknown person who built the house that shelters you? Find one unseen thread and gently, with a sense of quiet gratitude, feel its presence. You are not alone. You have never been alone. You are home. The complex, interwoven sounds of the world gently fade away. They are replaced by a simple, clean, and singular sound. The sound of water being poured slowly and deliberately into a ceramic cup. The pouring continues until the cup is audibly full and then overflows for a moment, creating the sound of a spill. This is followed by a long, spacious, and humble silence. Having felt the vast, comforting, and intricate web of our interconnection, we might be filled with a sense of profound wonder, a genuine desire to understand more about this miraculous tapestry of which we are an integral part. This feeling is the natural birth of a student's heart, the quiet awakening of a desire to learn from life itself in all its forms. But to truly learn, to truly be able to receive the subtle, powerful wisdom that life is constantly offering us in every moment, we must first learn how to approach it. This brings us to the crucial and often challenging practice of cultivating what is known in Zen as Shoshin, or beginner's mind. It is the profound wisdom of emptying our own cup, of courageously setting aside what we are so certain that we know, in order to make space for what is true and real. The most famous and powerful teaching on this subject is encapsulated in a classic Zen story about a university professor and a Zen master named Nen. The professor was a man of immense learning and towering intellectual renown. He had studied the philosophies of the world. He had written many important and well-regarded books on comparative religion and spirituality, and he could speak with great eloquence and authority on the most complex doctrines of Buddhism. One day, he decided to make the journey to visit the old master Nanin to, as he put it to his colleagues, inquire about the practical nature of Zen. But his secret, unexamined intention was not truly to learn. His intention was to demonstrate his own profound understanding, to engage the old master in a high-level philosophical debate, and ultimately to confirm his own expertise, adding the master's seal of approval to his already vast knowledge. He arrived at Nonin's simple, rustic hut, and after a perfunctory greeting, immediately began to speak. He filled the small, quiet room with the thunder of his intellect. He spoke of emptiness and enlightenment, of the historical transmission of the Dharma, of complex Sanskrit and Pali terms. His voice was filled with the booming, unshakable confidence of a man who is utterly certain of his own knowledge. Nanin, the old master, listened patiently. His face was as calm and unreadable as a still pond. He did not interrupt, he did not argue, he simply listened. While the professor continued his long, impressive, and uninterrupted monologue, Nonin quietly began to perform the ancient ritual of preparing tea. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace that stood in stark contrast to the frantic energy of the professor's words. He heated the water over a small charcoal brazier, cleansed the simple iron pot, and warmed the two small ceramic cups. Every movement was complete in itself. When the tea was ready, the professor finally paused for a moment to take a breath, preparing to launch into another complex theory. Nanin took this brief opportunity to serve the tea. He picked up the professor's cup and, with a steady hand, began to pour. Nan poured the hot, fragrant green tea into the professor's cup. He filled it right up to the brim. The professor, eager to resume his discourse, held out his cup impatiently, barely noticing. And then Nanin kept pouring. The tea overflowed the rim of the cup, spilling out in a steaming stream and filling the small saucer beneath it. And still, he kept pouring. The hot tea now spilled out of the saucer, running over its edge and onto the simple wooden table. And still, he kept pouring, the tea cascading off the edge of the table and onto the clean tatami mat floor. The professor, finally shocked out of his intellectual trance by this bizarre and seemingly senseless act, cried out, his voice sharp with alarm and irritation, "Stop! What are you doing? The cup is full. It's overflowing. It cannot hold any more. Nonin stopped pouring. He placed the teapot down gently. He looked directly into the professor's eyes, his own gaze perfectly calm and clear. Like this cup, he said, his voice soft but penetrating, you are full of your own opinions and speculations. You are overflowing with them. How can I possibly show you Zen unless you first empty your cup? In that stunning moment, the professor was humbled into a profound and transformative silence. He looked at the overflowing cup of tea, the messy puddle on the floor, and for the first time in his adult life, he saw a perfect, undeniable reflection of his own mind, so full of prior knowledge, so crowded with concepts and theories, that there was absolutely no room for anything new to enter. He had come to a wellspring of fresh water with a canteen that was already full of stale water from his own supply. He had not come to learn. He had come to be validated. He had come with a full cup, and so he could receive nothing. He bowed, his head to the master, his decades of intellectual pride washed away in a flood of spilled tea. And in that moment of profound humility, his true learning finally began. This story is a powerful parable for our own lives. We are all, in some area of our life, that professor. We may not be experts in philosophy, but we are experts in our own opinions, our own judgments, our own stories. We approach our experiences, our relationships, our challenges, and our own inner worlds with a cup that is already full to the brim. It is full of our beliefs about how things should be. It is full of our past experiences, which we project onto the present moment. It is full of our judgments about others and ourselves. It is full of our expectations and our assumptions. This full cup is what is often called the expert mind. The expert mind thinks it already knows. Therefore, it is closed to learning. A beginner's mind, on the other hand, is open. It is empty, spacious, and ready to receive. It is the mind of a child seeing a butterfly for the very first time, full of wonder and curiosity, free from preconceived notions. True wisdom, true learning, true intimacy with life, and true connection with others are only possible when we are willing and courageous enough to cultivate this beginner's mind. Our metaphor is the empty cup itself. An empty cup is not a symbol of ignorance or stupidity. It is a powerful symbol of potential. It is receptive, available, and ready for whatever life might pour into it. A full cup is static, rigid, closed, and defensive. It can only hold what it already has. Think about how this manifests in the details of your life. Perhaps you have a fixed opinion of a family member. He is always lazy, or she is always critical. Your cup is full of this story about who they are. Because of this, you are literally unable to see them as they are in this present moment. You interact not with the real, complex, ever-changing person standing before you, but with your dusty, old story of them. And in doing so, you miss the chance for a genuine, surprising, and healing connection. Perhaps you approach a task at work with the thought, I know how to do this. This is how it's always done. Your cup is full of past methods and old strategies. And because of this fullness, you may miss a new, more creative, more elegant, or more efficient solution that is waiting to be discovered. One that could only be seen with fresh eyes. Most critically and most subtly, we approach ourselves with a cup that is overflowing. Our cup is filled with a lifetime of self-judgment, with limiting beliefs about what we are capable of, with old stories about our perceived failures and our deepest flaws. We carry around stories like, I am not a creative person. I am not good at relationships. I am an anxious person. I don't have enough discipline. These are stories we tell ourselves so often that we believe they are solid, unchanging truths. They fill our cup, preventing us from discovering the vast, untapped, and often surprising potential that lies within our own being. To cultivate a beginner's mind is to be willing to set down these heavy, limiting stories and meet ourselves and our lives with a fresh, open, and deeply curious perspective. It is the profound humility to say, I don't know, which is the only doorway to all true knowledge and genuine transformation. Let us explore this practice of emptying the cup right now. In our own direct experience, settle into a state of comfortable, receptive rest. Feel the support of the surface beneath you, holding you without judgment. Now, I want you to gently bring to mind a situation in your life or a relationship with a person about which you have very strong, fixed opinions. Something where you feel like you are the expert, where you feel you know exactly what is going on, and you are absolutely certain that you are right. It could be a recurring argument you have with a partner, a persistent frustration with a colleague, at work, or even a political or social issue about which you feel very certain and passionate. Just choose one situation where your cup feels very, very full. Now, for a moment, just observe the contents of this full cup. What are the stories you tell yourself about this situation? What are the judgments, the assumptions, the absolute certainties? Notice how these thoughts feel in your physical body. They often feel tight, rigid, solid, and defensive. This is the physical sensation of a full cup. There is no space, no softness, no curiosity, no openness. It is a closed system. Now, let's perform a gentle experiment in the laboratory of your imagination. I want you to take this cup, overflowing with all of its certainty and its heavy stories, and gently, deliberately tip it over. In your mind's eye, watch as all of those opinions, all of those judgments, all of those old stories that you have been carrying for so long, pour out onto the ground and soak into the deep, dark earth, leaving the cup completely empty. It is now spacious, open, and still. Hold this image, this feeling of the empty cup in your mind. This represents a state of not knowing, a state of pure, humble presence. Now, from this space of emptiness and radical curiosity, I want you to look again at the situation or the person you brought to mind. But this time, you are looking with beginner's mind. You are looking without the heavy, distorting filter of the old story. You are simply looking with fresh eyes, as if for the very first time. What do you see now that you didn't see before? If you are thinking of a person, can you see them for just a moment, not through the lens of your past grievances, but as a complex, vulnerable being with their own history, their own hidden fears, and their own deep-seated suffering? Can you admit, just for this moment, that you don't actually know the full story of what is going on inside them? If you are thinking of a difficult situation in your life, can you look at it without the heavy label of terrible or unfair or impossible? Can you simply see it as a set of circumstances, a collection of neutral facts, without the heavy, suffocating blanket of your emotional reaction to it? What new possibilities, what new pathways, what unexpected solutions might reveal themselves when you are not blinded by the old story you have been telling yourself about it? This practice of emptying the cup is an act of profound humility and immense courage. It is the willingness to be wrong. It is the willingness to be a beginner, over and over and over again. Life is constantly changing, constantly flowing, constantly surprising us. To approach it with a full cup is to try and capture the living, breathing ocean in a small, dead thimble. To approach it with an empty cup is to allow yourself to become as vast, as deep, and as receptive as the ocean itself. This doesn't mean you should abandon your principles, your values, or your critical thinking. It means you learn to hold your beliefs lightly. You recognize them as provisional maps, not as the territory itself. And you are always willing to update your map whenever new, direct experience shows you something different. This practice makes you more flexible, more adaptable, more resilient, and infinitely more wise. As we bring this reflection to a close, continue to hold the feeling of the empty cup. It is a feeling of lightness, of spaciousness, of freedom from the exhausting need to always be right. It is a feeling of quiet, humble, and profound curiosity. This is the mind of a true master. This is the mind that is truly ready to receive the endless, subtle, and life-changing teachings of the universe. Let this final question be the last drop of tea poured, not into a full and overflowing cup, but into the quiet, receptive, and sacred space of your own beginner's mind. What preconceived notion, what old and heavy story about yourself or your life can you be willing to set aside tonight in order to make space for a new, more expansive, and more true understanding to emerge? Rest in that emptiness, rest in that potential. It is the fertile ground from which all genuine growth springs. The sound of pouring water returns. But this time, it is not the sound of a cup being filled. It is the sound of a gentle cleansing, spring bubbling up from the earth, or a soft, steady rain washing the world clean. It is a sound of release, of purification, and of profound relief. Having emptied our cup of the rigid certainties and heavy opinions that keep our minds trapped, we create a profound and fertile space within our hearts. In this newfound spaciousness, cleansed by the humility of a beginner's mind, we now have the opportunity to address one of the heaviest and most painful contents our cup can hold: the hardened, jagged stone of resentment, the bitter, slow-acting poison of unforgiveness. With the open, curious, and compassionate perspective we have cultivated, we can now approach this difficult and tender terrain not as a righteous judge holding a gavel, but as a gentle healer holding a balm. This is the sacred journey into the heart of forgiveness, not as a moral duty you owe to another, but as a radical and courageous act of self-liberation. It is the necessary step you must take to unburden your own heart, so that you may walk freely, lightly, and wholly into your future. To understand this profound act of self-liberation, let us imagine a traveler on a long and arduous journey through a vast and arid desert. Many years ago, near the beginning of her journey, she was deeply and cruelly wronged by another traveler who stole her water, her food, and left her for dead. Miraculously, through some combination of luck and sheer will, she survived, but she carried the searing memory of this betrayal with her every single day. As a constant, tangible reminder of the terrible wrong she had suffered, she found a heavy, sharp-edged, black stone of obsidian, and she decided she would carry it with her always. She clutched this stone in her right hand at all times, her fingers wrapped tightly around its cold, hard reality. When she felt the fire of her anger fading, she would squeeze the stone, its sharp edges digging painfully into her palm, and the memory of the injustice, the familiar, addictive feeling of righteous indignation would come flooding back. This stone became her constant companion. In a strange and tragic way, it became her identity. She was no longer just a traveler. She was the one who was wronged, The stone gave her a kind of bitter, defiant strength, but it was an immense and exhausting burden. The simple act of walking was made more difficult by its weight. Her right arm ached constantly, a dull fire that never subsided. She could only gather food or steady herself on treacherous ground with her left hand, as her right hand was perpetually occupied with the sacred task of holding on to her grievance. The stone, which she believed was the source of her defiant strength, was in fact the hidden cause of her constant exhaustion, her chronic pain, and her profound limitation. It kept her anchored in the single worst moment of her life. One day, after walking for weeks under a relentless, unforgiving sun, she stumbles into a hidden canyon, her body on the verge of collapse. And there, to her utter astonishment, is an oasis. A small, crystal-clear pool of fresh, cool water, bubbling up from a deep, unseen spring, surrounded by impossible green ferns. It is the most beautiful, life-affirming sight she has ever seen. She is desperately thirsty, her throat parched, and raw, her lips cracked. She falls to her knees at the edge of the pool, her heart pounding with a mixture of disbelief, gratitude, and overwhelming relief. The water is life. It is healing. It is the future. She brings her left hand to the surface to drink, but she can only scoop up a few unsatisfying, tantalizing drops at a time. To truly drink, to cup her hands together and draw a deep, satisfying, life-giving draught of water to her lips. She knows she needs both of her hands, but her right hand is not free. It is occupied. It is curled into a tight, white fist, clutching the heavy, black stone of her resentment. She is faced with a stark and terrible choice, a choice between her past and her future. She looks at the cool, clear, healing water, shimmering with life, and she looks at the heavy, familiar, bitter stone clutched in her hand. The water represents life, healing, release, and the possibility of a new journey. The stone represents her past, her pain, her story, her identity as a victim. For a long, agonizing moment, she hesitates. The stone is so familiar. Her anger is so familiar. It has defined her for so long, fueled her for so many miles. Who would she be without it? The thought of letting it go is terrifying. It feels like letting the person who wronged her win. It feels like saying that what happened didn't matter. Her thirst, however, is a more powerful, more fundamental truth. The body's primal craving for life, for healing, is ultimately stronger than the ego's craving for grievance. With a deep, shuddering sigh, a sound of profound surrender that feels like it comes from the center of the earth, she makes a choice. She chooses life. She deliberately, consciously unfurls her cramped fingers, one by one. The heavy, black stone falls from her grasp with a dull, final thud, landing on the sandy ground. Her hand, which has been a cramped, painful fist for years, is suddenly, miraculously light. It is free. She brings her two empty, trembling hands together, cups them, and plunges them into the cool, clear water of the spring. She drinks deeply. Again and again, the healing water washing away the dust of the desert and, it seems, the years of bitterness that had coated her soul. In that moment, she is reborn. She is no longer the one who was wronged. She is the one who chose to live. She is the one who chose to be free. This is the essence, the core truth of forgiveness. Forgiveness is not about the other person. It is not about condoning what they did, absolving them of their responsibility, or even necessarily needing to speak with them or reconcile with them. It is about you. It is the conscious, deliberate, and courageous act of setting down the heavy stone so that you can cup your hands together and drink the healing waters of life, which are your birthright. Resentment, grudge holding, the obsessive replaying of old hurts. This is a poison that you drink yourself, hoping that the other person will somehow be harmed by it. It only harms you. It keeps you chained to a moment in the past, forcing you to relive your time of. The cleansing sound of the spring or gentle rain fades away, leaving a sense of clean, open space. After a moment of silence, a new soundscape emerges, the deep, resonant, and grounding sound of a low wind moving through the leaves of a massive, ancient forest. It's not a harsh wind, but a steady, powerful, and timeless one. You can almost feel the strength of the trees. We have knelt at the riverbank of our own hearts and made the courageous choice to set down the heavy stones of unforgiveness. In doing so, we have freed our hands and our hearts to receive the healing waters of life. This act of release creates not a void, but a foundation. Having unburdened ourselves from the weight of the past, we can now learn to stand firmly, yet flexibly, in the present. This brings us to the practice of cultivating steadfastness, of finding an unshakable and resilient strength within. This is not the brittle, rigid strength of resistance, but the deep, supple, and rooted strength of an ancient oak tree that has learned to dance with 1,000 storms to truly understand this quality of being. Let us consider the life of such an oak. It stood in the center of a great, open meadow, not far from a high, windswept cliff overlooking the sea. It was not the tallest tree in the region, nor the most protected, but it was by far the oldest. It had a memory of seasons that stretched back through centuries of human history. In its youth, it was proud and stiff, its branches reaching for the sky with an arrogant rigidity. When the first great storms of its life blew in from the sea, it tried to fight them. It held its branches firm against the gale, refusing to yield. And for its trouble, it lost many of its young limbs, which were snapped off like twigs by the wind's superior power. The pain of this breaking was a harsh but necessary lesson. Nearby grew a tall, slender pine, which prided itself on its unbending straightness. When the storms came, the pine refused to bow, seeing it as a sign of weakness. For many years it stood, but one winter, a storm of exceptional fury descended. The pine, in its rigid pride, was snapped in half, its magnificent spire crashing to the earth. On the other side of the oak grew reeds and willows by a small stream. They were masters of yielding, bending flat to the ground in even a modest wind. They always survived the gales, but when the great floods came, their shallow roots could not hold, and they were often washed away entirely. The oak, observing all of this over the slow, patient course of its long life, learned a different way. It learned the two secrets of true strength. The first secret was in its branches. It learned to stop fighting the wind. When the gales blew, it no longer held its limbs rigid. It allowed them to move, to sway, to dance with the wind's energy, transforming the force of the storm into a wild, graceful ballet. It yielded, but it did not break. Its flexibility was a form of wisdom. But the second secret, the more profound secret, was hidden from view. It was happening deep in the darkness of the earth. For every branch that reached for the sky, a corresponding root was reaching just as far and just as wide into the soil below. While other trees spent all their energy on upward growth, the oak dedicated half of its life to the downward journey. Its roots were vast and complex, a mirror image of the visible tree. They gripped the deep clay. They wrapped themselves around ancient stones. They wove themselves into a massive, underground anchor of incredible strength and stability. These roots were its connection to its source, drawing up not only water and nutrients, but a deep terrestrial power. The oak's steadfastness was not born of its resistance, but of the perfect marriage between its flexibility above and its deeply rooted foundation below. It could afford to dance with the wind because it was so profoundly anchored to the earth. One day, a young woman, her own life battered by a storm of loss and grief, came to sit under the great oak. She felt broken, lost, and fragile, as if the next gust of wind might blow her away entirely. She leaned her back against the massive, gnarled trunk and wept. As she sat there for hours, she began to notice the tree. She watched as its high branches swayed and yielded to the strong afternoon breeze, and she felt the immense, unmoving stillness of the trunk against her back. There was no struggle in the tree. There was only a deep, quiet, powerful presence. She placed her hand on its rough bark and tried to imagine its hidden life. She thought of its roots spreading deep into the cool, dark, silent earth. She imagined them holding fast through 1,000 storms, just like the one raging in her own heart. She began to breathe with the tree. As she inhaled, she imagined drawing strength up from some deep, unseen source within herself, like the tree drawing power from the earth. As she exhaled, she imagined letting go of her rigid resistance to her own grief, allowing her sorrow to move through her, just as the tree allowed the wind to move through its branches. She did not feel magically cured, but for the first time in a long time, she felt grounded. She felt a flicker of a strength she had forgotten she possessed. She had leaned against the oak, and it had reminded her that she, too, had roots. This is the vital teaching of cultivating a grounded, resilient, and steadfast heart. In our lives, we will all face storms. There will be storms of loss, of failure, of illness, of uncertainty. It is not possible to live a full life without them. Our suffering in these moments is often amplified not by the storm itself, but by our lack of inner grounding. We are like the rigid pine, trying to resist the inevitable, and so we are broken. Or we are like the shallow-rooted reeds, so completely yielding that we are swept away by our own emotions. The path of the oak teaches us that true resilience is a dynamic balance. It is the ability to be flexible, to yield, to adapt, to feel our feelings and let them move through us, while simultaneously staying connected to a deep, unshakable core of inner strength. Our metaphor is this deeply rooted oak tree, the visible part of the tree trunk. The branches, the leaves, is like our outer life. It is our personality, our job, our relationships, the part of us that interacts with the world. This part must learn to be flexible, the unseen part of the tree, the vast, powerful root systems, our inner life. It is our connection to our deepest values, our sense of purpose, our accumulated wisdom from practice, our quiet, core self. This is our source of stability. Without the roots, the flexibility of the branches is useless. Without the flexibility, the rooted strength is too brittle. We must cultivate both. Let us begin to feel for our own roots right now. Settle into your body and bring your awareness to the points of contact between your body and the surface that supports you. Feel the simple, honest sensation of gravity, the gentle but constant pull of the earth. This pull is a reminder of your connection to the planet. You are not floating in space. You are held here now. I invite you to begin a visualization. Imagine that, from the base of your spine and from the soles of your feet, you can begin to grow roots, just like the oak tree. In your mind's eye, see them extending downwards, away from your body, into the ground below you. They pass through the floor, through the foundations of the building, and deep into the rich, dark, fertile soil of the earth. There is no rush. Let these roots grow at their own pace. See them spreading wide, creating a vast and stable foundation beneath you. Feel them navigating around stones and through layers of soil. Feel the cool, damp, quiet strength of the deep earth. This earth is the source of all life, and you are connecting to it. As you inhale, imagine that you can draw energy up through these roots. Not a frantic, nervous energy, but a slow, calm, steady, and powerful energy. Draw up a sense of stability, of groundedness, of profound stillness. Feel this quiet strength rising up through the roots and filling your body, starting from your feet and legs, moving up into your torso. As you exhale, let go of any tension, any fear, any feeling of being fragile or ungrounded. Let all of that drain down through your roots and be composted by the earth, transformed back into neutral energy. Inhale, drawing up calm, steady, rooted strength. Exhale, releasing fear, instability, and tension back into the earth. Continue this for a few moments. Feel your body becoming like the trunk of the great oak, solid, stable, and deeply peaceful. You are here, you are anchored, you are safe now, while maintaining this deep sense of rootedness. Bring your awareness to the upper part of your body, your chest, your shoulders, your arms, your head. This is the part of you that meets the world. This is the part that needs to be flexible. As you continue to feel the deep, unshakable stability of your roots, allow a feeling of softness and spaciousness to enter your upper body. Let your shoulders relax. Let your jaw be soft. Imagine your spine being long and upright, yet flexible, like the trunk of the oak. From this place of being both deeply rooted and gently flexible, you can meet any storm. When a powerful emotion like anger or fear arises, a strong gust of wind, you do not have to be broken by it or swept away by it. You can feel your roots, your connection to the deep, calm earth. This allows you to stay present and stable. And from that place of stability, you can allow the emotion to move through you, to sway your branches without knocking you over. You can feel the anger without becoming the anger. You can feel the fear without collapsing into the fear. You are the oak, and the emotion is just the wind. It cannot harm your core. This practice of cultivating roots is something we can do anytime we feel overwhelmed. When you are feeling stressed at work, you can take a moment to feel your feet on the floor and imagine your roots growing down into the earth. When you are in a difficult conversation, you can feel the stability of your core while allowing the other person's words to move past you. You are building an inner refuge of strength and stability that no external circumstance can destroy. This is the steadfastness of the enlightened heart. It is a peace that is not dependent on life being calm, but is present even in the heart of the storm. As we bring this reflection to a close, continue to feel this dual quality of being. Feel the deep, unshakable strength of your roots connecting you to the earth, and the soft, yielding flexibility of your upper body. You are both grounded and open, strong and gentle. This is your true nature. Let this final question settle into the rooted silence of your being. As you lie here, feeling this deep sense of stability, where can you feel the beginnings of your own inner roots? What in your life a core value, a deep love, a quiet truth you know in your heart serves as your anchor? And how can you nurture these roots even more deeply tomorrow? Rest in the feeling of your own unshakable strength. You are far more resilient than you know. You have roots that go deep into the heart of the world. Trust them. The deep, resonant sound of the wind moving through a great forest slowly softens and becomes more subtle. It transforms into a gentle, almost imperceptible whisper of air. The kind of quiet sound you can only hear when you are perfectly still and listening with your entire being. It's a sound of subtlety and intimacy. We have found our footing, standing in the quiet strength of the ancient oak. We have sent our roots deep into the earth of our own being, finding a calm and steadfast core that does not panic in the storm. This profound grounding creates a new inner environment. The frantic, shouting voices of fear and doubt, which thrive in a state of ungrounded anxiety, begin to lose their power. The inner landscape becomes quiet, and in this newfound quiet, we can begin to hear something else, a voice that was there all along, but was too soft to be heard over the noise. This is the gentle, subtle, and profoundly wise voice of our own intuition. This is the journey from outer strength to inner listening, learning to trust the subtle whispers of our own innate knowing. To understand this delicate art of inner listening, let us consider the story of a wanderer named Elara. She found herself lost in a vast and ancient forest, a place of bewildering beauty and deep shadows. When she first realized she was lost, she did what most of us would do. She relied on her maps. She had several of them collected over the years. One map was a chart of logic and reason, a grid of straight lines and confident calculations that told her the fastest way out was to head directly west. Another map was the advice of others, a collection of conflicting opinions she had gathered before her journey. Always follow the river, one person had said. No, the rivers in this forest are treacherous and circle back on themselves. Always keep the sun on your left shoulder, another had advised. She tried to follow the map of logic, but the forest did not conform to straight lines. It presented her with impassable ravines and impenetrable thickets. She tried to follow the advice of others, but the sun was often obscured by the thick canopy, and the river seemed to lead her only deeper into the woods. The louder the maps shouted their confident but contradictory directions, the more lost and frightened she became. Then came the other voices, the ones from inside her own mind. The voice of fear was the loudest, a frantic, screaming voice that painted terrifying pictures of the dangers lurking behind every tree. The voice of doubt was a cynical, sneering voice that constantly mocked her efforts. You'll never get out. You're not smart enough. You always make the wrong choices. The voice of impatience urged her to simply run, to do something, anything, other than stand still in her confusion. Elara was caught in a storm of noise, both external and internal, and she was paralyzed by it, sinking to the forest floor in a state of exhausted despair. After a long time, as the forest grew darker and a deep silence fell, something inside her gave up. She gave up on the maps. She gave up on listening to the shouting voices in her head. She surrendered to her lostness, and in that surrender, for the very first time, she became truly quiet. Her only thought was, I don't know. And in that vast, humble quiet of not knowing, she began to notice other things, things the noise had completely obscured. She noticed the almost imperceptible feeling of a gentle breeze on her right cheek. It was cool and consistent. She noticed that the moss on the great trees seemed to grow just a little more thickly on one side than the other. She noticed that the quiet, hidden trails of animals all seemed to curve in a particular direction. These were not loud, confident instructions. They were subtle whispers. They were quiet feelings. They were tiny, easily missed clues from the forest itself. a new kind of knowing began to dawn in her. A knowing that was not in her head, but in her body, in her gut. It was a gentle, non-verbal pull, a quiet sense of this way. It contradicted her map of logic. It ignored the advice of others, and it was completely drowned out whenever she let the voices of fear or doubt return. But whenever she became quiet, again, and simply listened, the whisper was there. This way, with nothing left to lose, she decided to trust it. She began to walk, not with frantic speed, but with a slow, attentive grace. She followed the feeling, the gentle pull. She used the subtle signs, the breeze, the moss, the animal tracks as her guides. It was a path of deep listening, of trusting the quiet intelligence of her own senses and the wisdom of the forest that surrounded her. And after a long journey, a journey made not in a straight line, but in a winding, intuitive dance, she saw a flicker of light through the trees. The whisper had led her home. She had found her way not by thinking harder, but by listening more deeply. This is the nature of intuition. It is the subtle, wise whisper that is always present beneath the shouting of our conscious, analytical minds. We live in a world that worships the map of logic, the loud voice of data and expert opinion. These things are valuable tools, but they are not the only form of intelligence we possess. We also have a deep, innate, embodied wisdom, a gut feeling, an inner knowing. But in the noise of modern life, the constant notifications, the endless stream of information, the pressure to be productive, and certainly have forgotten how to hear it. The practice of cultivating intuition is the art of creating enough inner silence to be able to discern that gentle whisper from all the other noise. Our metaphor is this gentle whisper. A whisper is powerful not because of its volume, but because of its intimacy and its truth. To hear a whisper, you must stop talking. You must become still. You must lean in. You must be receptive. Our intuition does not shout. It does not argue or try to prove itself. It simply offers its quiet truth, and it is up to us to create the conditions to be able to receive it. Fear shouts, ego shouts, desire shouts, but wisdom whispers. How do we learn to distinguish this whisper from all the other voices? The whisper of intuition almost always feels calm, clear, and expansive. It feels like a quiet yes in the body, a sense of rightness, a gentle pull towards something. It often doesn't come with a long list of reasons. It is a simple, direct knowing. The voices of fear or ego, on the other hand, usually feel contracting, frantic, and emotionally charged. Fear feels tight in the chest, has a sense of urgency and panic. Ego feels puffed up, defensive, and concerned with how things will look to others. Learning to tell the difference is a practice, a process of getting to know the unique landscape of our own inner world. Let us practice creating the quiet, space to listen right now. Settle your body deeply into stillness and rest. Return to the feeling of your roots, that deep, unshakable connection to the earth we cultivated earlier. A grounded mind is a quiet mind. Now, I invite you to bring to mind a small, gentle question in your life. It should not be a big, life-altering decision fraught with anxiety, but a smaller one. Perhaps it's a question about how to approach a creative project, or how to handle a minor disagreement with a friend, or even something as simple as what does my body truly need right now? Choose one small question, and now I want you to do something radical. I want you to let go of trying to figure out the answer. Let go of making pro and con lists in your head. Let go of rehearsing the different outcomes. For these next few moments, You are not going to think about the question at all. Instead, I want you to turn your attention to the silent field of your own awareness. Become the quiet forest floor where Elara sat in her surrender. Simply rest, be still, listen. Not with your ears, but with your whole body. Hold your question very lightly in your awareness, like holding a delicate feather in your open palm. You are not grasping it, you are just allowing it to be there. And now, just notice what arises. You are listening for the whisper. It may not come as words. It may come as a subtle physical sensation, a feeling of warmth or lightness that indicates a yes, or a feeling of coldness or heaviness that indicates a no. It may come as a spontaneous image in your mind. It may come as a sudden, quiet feeling of of course. Don't search for it. Don't force it. Just remain open, still, and receptive. The quieter you become, the more you will be able to hear. You are practicing the art of leaning into your own soul. You are learning to trust that you contain a wisdom deeper than your thinking mind. Sometimes, the only whisper you will hear is "be still a while longer." That, too, is profound guidance. This practice of intuitive listening is a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger and more reliable it becomes. You can practice with small things throughout your day. When you are about to speak, you can pause and listen for the whisper. Is what I am about to say kind? Is it true? Is it necessary? When you are making a choice about what to eat, you can pause and listen. What does my body truly need for nourishment, beyond the loud cravings of my tongue? By honoring these small whispers, you build a relationship of trust with your own deeper intelligence. You learn that there is a wise, compassionate, and incredibly reliable guide within you, one that has your best interests at heart. As we bring this quiet reflection to a close, continue to rest in this state of deep, receptive listening. Feel the peace that comes from not having to have all the answers in your head, but from trusting that you can access the wisdom you need when you need it. You are a vast forest, full of a deep and ancient wisdom. All you have to do is get quiet enough to hear it. Let this final question be the whisper that guides you toward a deeper trust in yourself. What subtle inner whisper, long ignored beneath the noise of your busy life, are you now ready to listen to more closely? You don't need to act on it now. Your only task is to acknowledge it, to honor it, and to create the space for it to be heard. Rest in the wisdom of that inner silence. The subtle sound of the whispery wind fades into a warm and gentle silence. It is then replaced by a new sound, one of simple, heartfelt beauty. Perhaps the clear, singular notes of a wooden flute, or the soft, resonant strumming of a harp, creating a feeling of gentle joy, appreciation, and contentment. We have quieted ourselves enough to hear the gentle whisper of intuition, and so often when we follow that quiet inner voice, it leads us away from the complex, noisy, and unsatisfying desires of the ego, and back toward the simple, essential, and deeply nourishing truths of our existence. It guides us to appreciate what is real and present, rather than constantly striving for what is missing. This journey from striving to appreciating is the doorway into the practice of gratitude. This is not a mere platitude or a polite sentiment. It is a profound and transformative practice that has the power to rewire our minds for happiness, contentment, and a deep, abiding joy. It is the art of learning to see the golden thread of blessings that is woven through every single day, even the difficult ones, to explore the transformative power of this practice. Let us consider the story of a merchant named Kale. Kale was a man of immense wealth. His storehouses were overflowing with rare silks from the east, exotic spices that filled the air with their fragrance, and chests of gold and silver that gleamed in the dim light. His home was a palace filled with beautiful objects, but Kale was a man consumed by a deep and bitter poverty of spirit. He was miserable. He never truly saw any of his possessions. His relationship with his wealth was one of accounting, of worrying about its security. He saw his silks not for their beauty, but for their value. He tasted his expensive food not for its flavor, but for its status. He lived in a constant state of anxiety, a fear of losing what he had, and a desire for even more. His life was a ledger of lack. One day, seeking a moment's respite from his anxieties, he walked out into the countryside and came across a simple monastery. There, sitting in the sun, was an old monk named Brother Micah, whose only worldly possessions appeared to be the simple robe he wore and an empty wooden bowl at his side. Yet, the old monk radiated a sense of joy and contentment so profound that it was almost shocking to Kale. The merchant, accustomed to misery, was intrigued and irritated by this display of baseless happiness. "You have nothing," Kale said, his voice more blunt than he intended. "Why do you look so content?" Brother Micah smiled, his eyes crinkling with a gentle amusement. "And you, my friend, have everything. Why do you look so burdened?" He then gestured for Kale to sit with him. "Will you join me for tea? It is all I have to offer." Kale, against his better judgment, sat down. Micah produced a small packet of simple green tea leaves and a rough ceramic cup. He performed a slow, deliberate tea ceremony, his every movement filled with a reverence that Kale found both baffling and captivating. When the tea was ready, Micah handed the simple, warm cup to Kale. The merchant was about to drink it down quickly, as he did everything, but Micah stopped him with a gentle hand. "Wait," the monk said softly. "Do not just drink the tea. First, let us truly receive it." He guided the merchant through a simple practice. "First, just hold the cup. Feel the warmth of it in your hands. This warmth is a gift from the fire that heated the water. Feel the solidness of the cup. This cup is a gift from the earth, from the clay, and from the potter who shaped it with his hands. Now, bring the cup closer and inhale the fragrance. This delicate scent is a gift from the tea leaf, which is a gift from the bush that grew it, which is a gift from the sun and the rain and the soil. Now, take a small sip. Don't swallow it immediately. Let it rest on your tongue. Taste its subtle bitterness, its gentle sweetness. This flavor is the life essence of the plant, a gift from the entire universe, delivered to you in this single moment." Kale, for the first time in his life, did as he was told. He followed the instructions, and something remarkable happened. The simple cup of tea transformed from a mundane beverage into a universe of sensory experience. He felt the warmth, he smelled the fragrance, he tasted the flavor with a clarity that was astonishing. For a few brief moments, his anxious mind, his ledger of worries, fell completely silent. There was only the tea. And in that silence, a strange and unfamiliar feeling arose in his chest. A feeling of simple, profound gratitude. He was grateful for the warmth, for the taste, for this unexpected moment of peace. He looked at Brother Micah, his eyes wide with a new understanding. "I have drunk the most expensive teas in the world," Kale whispered. "But this is the first cup of tea I have ever truly tasted." Micah simply smiled. "Gratitude," he said, "is not about what you have. It is about what you are willing to receive. Your storehouses are full. but your heart has been empty because you have never learned how to truly receive the gifts that are all around you. This practice of receiving is the key. You can find more joy in a single cup of tea, fully received, than in 1,000 chests of gold that are merely counted. This is the core teaching of gratitude as a spiritual practice, a practice known in some traditions as anumodana, or appreciative joy. It is a conscious, deliberate shifting of our attention. Our brains, for evolutionary reasons, have a powerful negativity bias. To keep our ancestors alive, the brain was wired to be exceptionally good at scanning for threats, problems, and dangers. It's constantly looking for what is wrong, what is missing, what could be a threat. This was useful for survival, but in our modern world, it often leads to a chronic state of anxiety, dissatisfaction, and a feeling that things are never quite right. The practice of gratitude is the conscious and deliberate antidote to this negativity bias. It is the active training of our mind to scan for what is good, what is supportive, what is beautiful, what is working. It is not about ignoring the difficulties and pains of life. It is about ensuring that they are not the only things we see. A boat will sink if it only takes on water. It needs the buoyancy of the air as well. Gratitude is the practice of filling our minds with the buoyancy of appreciation, which allows us to stay afloat even in difficult seas. Our metaphor for this practice is a golden thread. Imagine that through the fabric of your daily life, a fabric woven with all sorts of colors, the dark gray of a difficult day, the bright red of an argument, the pale blue of a quiet morning, there runs a single, shimmering golden thread. This golden thread is made of all the moments of goodness, however small. A warm shower, a delicious meal, the smile of a stranger, the comfort of your bed, the sound of birdsong outside your window, the simple fact of your body breathing. Most of the time, our attention is so focused on the dark or jarring colors of the fabric that we completely miss this beautiful, shimmering golden thread. The practice of gratitude is the practice of intentionally looking for and tracing this golden thread with our attention every single day. The more you look for it, the more you realize it is always there, holding the entire fabric together, adding a quiet, resilient beauty to the whole. Let us practice tracing this golden thread right now. Settle your body and allow your mind to become soft and receptive. We are not going to strive or grasp. We are simply going to gently receive the memories of a few small blessings. I invite you now to bring to mind one thing from your day today, or from this past week, for which you feel genuinely grateful. It does not need to be something large or dramatic. In fact, the power of this practice is often found in the small and the overlooked. Perhaps it was a moment of quiet peace with your morning coffee. Perhaps it was a kind word from a friend or a colleague. Perhaps it was the feeling of the sun on your face. Choose one thing. And now, as Micah instructed Kale, let's not just name it, let's receive it fully. In your mind's eye, bring that moment back to life. Re-experience it with your senses. What did you see? What did you hear? What did you feel? In your body, let yourself re-inhabit that moment. And as you do, notice the feeling that arises in your chest, in your heart. This warm, soft, expansive feeling is the physical sensation of gratitude. Let yourself rest in that feeling for a few breaths. You are tracing the golden thread. Now, let that memory gently dissolve, and let's find another one. Bring to mind a person in your life for whom you feel grateful. It could be a family member, a friend, a teacher, or even a pet. Picture them in your mind. See their face, Remember something specific they did or said that touched your heart. Feel the appreciation you have for their presence in your life. Again, let that feeling of gratitude, of love, of appreciation fill your body. It is a healing, joyful energy. You are tracing the golden thread. Finally, let that image dissolve, and let's find one more thing. This time, bring your gratitude to something simple about your own body right now. Perhaps you are grateful for your lungs, which breathe for you tirelessly without you ever having to ask them. Perhaps you are grateful for your feet, which have carried you through your entire life. Perhaps you are grateful for your ears, which allow you to hear these words. Choose one simple, physical gift that you often take for granted, and for a moment, just flood that part of your body with a sense of profound appreciation. Thank it for its service. Feel the golden thread of life itself, alive and present within you. This simple practice, done regularly, can fundamentally change your experience of life. It shifts your baseline from one of lack and complaint to one of sufficiency and contentment. You begin to walk through your days not as a critic looking for flaws, but as an artist looking for beauty. And what you look for, you will find as we bring this gentle reflection to a close. Continue to hold this warm, appreciative feeling in your heart. Let it be a soft, golden light that illuminates you from within. This feeling is always available to you. All you have to do is pause, look, and receive. Let this final question be your guide into a more grateful state of being. What small, overlooked blessing present in your life right at this very moment can you truly and fully appreciate? Is it the comfort of your pillow, the silence of the room, the simple, miraculous fact that you are alive and breathing? Find one thing and let your heart say a quiet, profound thank you. The gentle, melodic sounds of the flute or harp fade into a profound stillness. After a moment, a new soundscape begins to emerge. It is the sound of vast, open spacer, high, clean wind, not blowing through trees, but moving through an empty expanse. It is the sound of altitude, of spaciousness, of limitless freedom. We have followed the golden thread of gratitude, learning to appreciate the profound gifts present in the simple fabric of our existence. This practice of appreciation has a powerful, liberating effect. When we are truly grateful for what is, we naturally begin to release our desperate, anxious clinging to how we think things should be. This letting go of our fixed ideas, our mental constructs, and our self-imposed limitations is the final doorway we will approach tonight. It is the doorway that opens out of the enclosed cage of the conceptual mind and into the vast, open, and boundless sky of pure awareness. This is the journey into ultimate freedom. To understand this leap from the known to the unknown, let us consider the story of a bird named Sky. Sky was born in a magnificent cage. It was a masterpiece of design, crafted from gold and silver, with intricate perches, beautiful swings, and crystal dishes that were always filled with the most delicious seeds and the freshest water. The cage was safe. It was comfortable. It was predictable. It was all that Sky had ever known. From its cage, it could see the outside world, the changing seasons, the other birds flying free, but it viewed them as a kind of moving picture, something separate from its own reality. Sky lived a life free from danger and want. Yet, despite the comfort and the safety, it sometimes felt a strange and inexplicable ache in its chest, a restless flutter in its wings. It felt a longing for something it could not name. It would watch the wild birds soaring on the wind, dipping and climbing in the vast blue expanse, and a feeling of deep, poignant yearning would arise. But this feeling was always followed by the voice of fear. The sky is dangerous, the voice would say. There are predators, there are storms. You don't know how to find food. Here you are safe, here you are cared for. This cage is a good home. And so, Sky would push the longing down and return to the comfort of its familiar perch, its familiar routine. The cage, with its golden bars, was the boundary of its world, the definition of itself. I am a caged bird was its entire identity. One day, the person who cared for the cage was cleaning it and forgot to properly latch the small door. The door swung gently open, creating a small, dark gap between the familiar world of the cage and the vast, unknown world outside. At first, Sky didn't notice it, but then a current of wind, carrying the scent of pine needles and distant rain, drifted through the opening. It was a scent of wildness, of freedom. Sky hopped closer, its heart beating wildly. It looked at the opening. It was a doorway to everything it had ever longed for, and everything it had ever feared. It stood at the threshold for a long, long time, paralyzed by choice. The voice of comfort sang the praises of the cage, the certainty, the ease. The voice of fear screamed about the dangers of the sky, the hawks, the starvation, the terror of being lost. But beneath both of those loud voices, there was another feeling, the deep, silent, powerful ache of its own true nature. The nature of a being with wings, which is to fly, with a tremor of fear and courage that shook its entire body. Sky made a choice. It did not choose the sky. It simply chose the next single step. It hopped onto the threshold of the door. Then it leaned out into the open air. And finally, with a desperate, clumsy, and utterly glorious push, it opened its wings and fell into the vastness. For a terrifying moment, it tumbled, not knowing what to do. The familiar floor of the cage was gone. There was nothing beneath it. But then, an ancient, deep-seated instinct took over. Its wings caught the air, and with a powerful downstroke, it was no longer falling. It was flying. The feeling was beyond anything it could have ever imagined. It was a feeling of boundless, ecstatic freedom. The sky was not a picture. It was an infinite, supportive medium. The wind was not a threat. It was a current to be ridden, a partner in a joyful dance. It soared higher and higher, and looking down, it saw its beautiful, golden cage, now looking small and insignificant. It felt a pang of gratitude for the safety it had provided, but it knew it could never go back. It was not a caged bird. It was simply a bird. Its true home was not the cage. It was the entire open sky. This is the final, liberating teaching. The cage is our mind. It is our collection of beliefs, concepts, opinions, and stories. It is our identity, our personality, our sense of being a separate, limited self. Like Sky's cage, it can be very comfortable. It gives us a sense of safety and predictability. The story of who I am this kind of person. I am good at this. I am bad at that, provides a solid seeming perch to stand on. But it is, ultimately, a limitation. It is a set of golden bars that prevents us from experiencing the boundless, open, and free nature of our own true being. The spiritual journey, in the end, is the realization that the cage door has always been open. The freedom we seek is not something we need to build or achieve. It is something we need only claim by daring to step out of the familiar confines of our own minds. Our metaphor is this open sky. Our true nature is not the limited personality or the ego self. Our true nature is the awareness in which that self appears. This awareness is like the sky. Our thoughts, our feelings, our memories, our sensations, even our sense of self, these are like the clouds, the birds, the weather patterns that pass through the sky. Clouds can be dark and stormy, or light and fluffy. The weather can be turbulent or calm, but the sky itself is never harmed by the weather. It is never stained by the clouds. It simply provides the vast, open, accepting space for everything to arise, to be, and to pass away. We are not the clouds, we are the sky. To realize this is to find ultimate freedom. It means that you are not your anxiety. Anxiety is a dark cloud passing through the sky of your awareness. You are the sky that is witnessing the cloud. You are not your anger. Anger is a turbulent thunderstorm. You are the vast, silent space that holds the storm. You are not even your most cherished identity. That, too, is a beautiful, high-flying cloud formation, but it is not the sky itself. Your nature is infinitely more vast, more free, and more peaceful than any of the temporary contents of your mind. Let us explore this feeling of boundless sky-like awareness right now. As you rest here, I invite you to first become aware of the physical space around your body. Sense the space between your body and the walls of the room. Sense the space above you, stretching up to the ceiling. Feel the reality of this space. It is silent, empty, yet it holds everything in the room. Now, in your mind's eye, allow the walls and the ceiling of the room to dissolve. Imagine you are. The vast, open sound of the high wind from the open sky section fades into a profound silence. After a long moment, a new soundscape begins to emerge, one that is incredibly intimate, close, and subterranean. It is the sound of the earth itself, a soft, damp, rich soil sound, perhaps with the gentle, occasional drip of water, creating a feeling of darkness, quiet, and immense, dormant potential. It is the sound of a seed resting in the ground. We have stood at the edge of the known and leaped into the boundless, open sky of our true nature. We have experienced the exhilarating freedom that comes from realizing we are not the limited story we tell ourselves. We are the vast, open awareness that holds the story. And now, having tasted this ultimate freedom, we gently return our awareness to the world of form, to our human life, but with a completely new perspective. We realize a profound paradox. We are at once the vast, eternal sky, and we are also a humble seed planted in the soil of this particular life, with a unique and sacred potential for growth. This is the journey into nurturing that potential, into understanding that awakening is not an escape from life, but a more full and conscious participation in its unfolding. To understand this journey of becoming, let us consider the life of a single, tiny seed. It was a seed from a great sequoia tree, but it did not know this. All it knew was the darkness. It lay dormant in the cool, damp soil, a tiny, hard, and seemingly insignificant speck of matter. Its entire world was the press of the earth around it, the profound silence, the patient waiting. For a long time, it felt a sense of deep inadequacy. It could feel the vibrations of the great roots of other trees moving in the earth around it. And it felt impossibly small, forgotten, and powerless. I am nothing, was the silent story it told itself. I am just a hard, closed thing in the dark. I will never be anything more. It held within its tiny shell the blueprint for a giant, a being that could touch the clouds. But its current reality was one of smallness and limitation. Then, one season, the conditions changed. The rains came, soft and persistent, and the water seeped deep into the earth. The water surrounded the seed, softening its hard, protective shell. The warmth of the sun felt even leagues below the surface, sent a gentle, energetic call, and something deep within the seed, a primal, ancient intelligence that had been sleeping for a long, long time, began to stir. A strange and unfamiliar impulse arose, an urge to open, to expand, to reach. This urge was terrifying. To open meant to break its shell, to lose the only form it had ever known. It meant being vulnerable. The voice of fear whispered, "Stay closed. It is safer here in the dark. To grow is to risk everything." But the impulse for life, the silent pull of its own potential, was stronger. With an immense internal effort, the seed cracked open. It was an act of profound surrender, and from its core, two tiny, pale shoots emerged. One, guided by an innate sense of gravity and stability, began to push downwards, seeking to become a root to anchor itself. The other, guided by the faint warmth and light from above, began an arduous journey upwards, pushing against the weight of the soil. The journey was not easy. The upward-reaching shoot encountered rocks, which it had to navigate around. It faced moments of dryness and doubt, but it was no longer driven by a story of its own smallness. It was now driven by the undeniable, intoxicating impulse of its own becoming. It was on its sacred journey. After a long struggle, it broke through the surface of the earth and felt the sunlight on its face for the very first time. The experience was one of blinding, ecstatic wonder. It was bathed in light and air. It had forgotten its lonely life as a hard seed in the darkness. It was now a sprout, a living, breathing part of a new and beautiful world. As a sprout, it looked at the giant trees around it with awe, but no longer with a feeling of inadequacy. It now understood that they, too, had once been a seed. They, too, had made this same journey from darkness into light. They were not a different kind of being. They were simply further along on the same path. The sprout dedicated itself to its own growth. It drew nourishment from the soil through its growing roots, and it drank in the light of the sun, converting it into life. It grew, season by season, from a sprout to a sapling, from a sapling to a young tree, its trunk thickening, its branches reaching ever higher. It faced storms that tested its strength, droughts that tested its resilience, and winters that taught it the wisdom of rest. And through it all, it never forgot the core lesson. Its true nature was not its current size or shape, but its boundless potential to grow. It was both a tree and the process of becoming a tree all at once. This is the profound teaching of our inherent potential. Like the seed, each of us carries within us a sacred blueprint, a boundless capacity for growth, wisdom, and compassion. But we often get stuck in the first stage of the seed's journey. We identify with our hard, protective shell, our ego, our personality, our perceived limitations. We live in the dark soil of our own self-doubt, convinced that we are small, insignificant, and incapable of change. We look at others who seem more grown, more peaceful, more loving, more accomplished, and we believe they are a different species, forgetting that they, too, began as a seed. The practice of nurturing our potential is the process of creating the right conditions for our own shell to soften and crack open. The water is self-compassion. The warmth is our own gentle, encouraging attention, and the impulse to grow is our own innate desire for a deeper, more meaningful life. Awakening is not a single event of breaking through the soil. It is the entire, lifelong process of growth, the downward journey of rooting ourselves in wisdom and stability, and the upward journey of reaching for the light of our highest potential. Our metaphor is this humble seed. A seed is a perfect symbol of the relationship between being and becoming. It is, in this moment, a small, hard, seemingly inert object. But it is also, in this very same moment, the absolute potential of a magnificent, skyscraping tree. Both truths are present within it simultaneously. So it is with us. In this moment, you may be feeling limited, or confused, or stuck. That is your reality as the seed. But you are also, in this very same moment, the boundless potential for wisdom, love, and freedom. The practice is to honor the seed you are now, while never losing faith in the tree you are becoming. Let us practice watering the seeds of our own potential right now. As you rest in the quiet darkness of this moment, I invite you to turn your attention inward to the rich soil of your own heart. And I want you to ask yourself, gently and without pressure, what is one seed of potential within you that you wish to nurture? It does not have to be a grand ambition. It can be a very small, humble seed. Perhaps it is the seed of patience, the seed of being a better listener, the seed of learning a new skill, like playing an instrument or painting. Perhaps it is the seed of being more kind to your own body through better food or more rest. Perhaps it is the seed of a specific creative project. Choose one seed, and in your mind's eye, hold this tiny seed in the palm of your hand. See it clearly. Acknowledge its smallness, its dormancy. There is no judgment here. You are simply seeing what is. Now, I want you to plant this seed in the warm, fertile soil of your heart. Place it there gently. And now, we will water it with our attention and our intention as you breathe in. Imagine you are drawing in a beautiful, life-giving energy like warm sunlight. And as you breathe out, imagine you are directing that warm, loving energy down into your heart, watering that tiny seed you have just planted. Breathe in, gathering the energy of potential. Breathe out, nurturing the seed with your kind attention. You are not demanding that the seed sprout immediately. You are not digging it up every 5 minutes to see if it is growing. That would be an act of anxiety, not of nurture. You are simply creating the right conditions. You are offering it warmth. You are offering it moisture. You are offering it your loving presence. You are trusting in the innate, intelligent process of life itself. See the hard shell of the seed beginning to soften under your gentle care. See a tiny, pale root beginning to emerge, pushing down, seeking to anchor you. See a tiny, green sprout beginning to push up, seeking the light. You don't need to force this. Just hold the intention. You are signaling to your own being, this is what I wish to grow. This is what I will tend to. This practice changes our relationship with personal growth. It is no longer a violent, self-critical struggle to fix ourselves. It becomes a gentle, compassionate, and patient act of gardening. We understand that growth takes time. It requires both darkness and light, both effort and rest. We learn to celebrate the small, incremental changes, the first tiny sprout breaking the surface, rather than being frustrated that we are not yet a giant tree. When you plant a seed of patience, and you manage to be patient for just 1 moment longer than usual in a difficult situation, that is the seed sprouting. You must celebrate that. when you plant the seed of being a better listener, and you manage to listen to a loved one for 30 seconds without interrupting, that is the sprout breaking the soil. Acknowledge it. Water it with your appreciation. This is how real, lasting change occurs. It is slow, organic, and built on a foundation of self-compassion. As we bring this reflection to a close, continue to hold the image of your chosen seed planted safely in the warm, dark soil of your heart. It is there now, holding your intention. Your only job is to continue to water it with your gentle attention and your loving kindness in the days and weeks to come. Trust in its potential. Trust in your own potential. You are not a fixed and finished thing. You are a process, a journey, a sacred becoming. Let this final question be the gentle rain that continues to nourish your inner garden as you drift deeper into rest. What tiny seed of potential, now planted in your heart, are you willing to patiently and lovingly nurture tonight and tomorrow? Rest in the quiet, powerful, and deeply hopeful knowledge that within the smallest part of you lies the blueprint for the greatest version of you. You are both the seed and the sequoia. The close, earthy sound of the seed in the soil gently fades. It is replaced by the sound of a perfectly still pond in a secluded temple garden. There is a deep silence, punctuated only by the occasional, gentle plop of a water droplet from a bamboo fountain, a sound that emphasizes, rather than disturbs, the profound stillness. We have planted a humble seed of potential in the quiet, fertile soil of our own hearts. We have made a gentle commitment to nurture our own growth, and here we discover a profound secret of gardening and of life. Growth cannot be forced. A seed cannot be pulled into a tree. It must be allowed to become. This brings us to the subtle and deeply wise practice of Wu Wei, often translated as non-doing or effortless action. It is the discovery that sometimes the most powerful, creative, and effective action we can take is to step out of the way, to release our tight grip of control, and to allow life to unfold through us, rather than being forced by us to understand. This gentle art, let us consider the story of a young, ambitious potter named Kenji. He was immensely skilled, with strong, clever hands that could shape clay with technical precision. But he was a man driven by a relentless, striving energy. He saw the clay as a stubborn material that he must conquer, that he must force into submission. His workshop was a place of intense, often frustrated, effort. He would slam the clay onto the wheel, his muscles tensed, his jaw clenched, his mind filled with a precise, unyielding image of the vessel he intended to create. If the clay resisted, if it wobbled or failed to conform to his rigid plan, he would grow angry, cursing it as flawed, and would crush the pot in a fit of pique. His works were technically perfect, but they were lifeless. They felt rigid, strained, and they carried the energy of the struggle that created them. They had no spirit. His master, an old potter named Suki, was the opposite. She was a woman whose hands seemed to barely touch the clay. Her movements were fluid, graceful, and relaxed. Her workshop was a place of quiet, joyful collaboration. She would sit at her wheel, her body relaxed, her breathing slow and even, and she would simply place her hands on the spinning clay and listen. It was as if she were entering into a conversation with the clay, feeling its nature, its willingness, its subtle inclinations. She did not seem to have a fixed plan. Instead, she allowed the form to emerge from the dance between her hands and the clay, between her intention and the material's own nature. Her pots were not always perfectly symmetrical, but they were breathtakingly beautiful. They were alive. They seemed to hum with a quiet, peaceful energy. They had a soul. Kenji, frustrated by the soullessness of his own perfect creations, finally went to Suki. "Master," he said, "my pots are flawless, but they are dead. Yours have imperfections, but they are alive. What is your secret? What technique? Do you use that? I do not know." Suki smiled and gestured for him to watch. She took a lump of clay, centered it on the wheel, and began to spin it. "You see the clay as an enemy to be conquered," she said, her hands resting lightly on the spinning mound. "You try to force your will upon it, but the clay has its own wisdom. It has its own spirit. Your effort, your striving, your rigid planet tightens your hands and closes your heart. It strangles the pot before it is even born." She closed, her eyes, her hands moving in a slow, intuitive dance. "The secret," she whispered, "is not in trying harder. It is in trying softer. It is the art of non-doing. You get out of your own way. You quiet your busy, controlling mind, and you allow your hands to listen. You allow the pot to create itself through you." She then gave Kenji an instruction. "For 1 week," she said, "you are forbidden from trying to make anything. Your only task is to sit at the wheel, feel the clay, and breathe. If your hands move, let them move. If a form emerges, let it emerge. If it collapses, let it collapse. Your goal is not a finished pot. Your goal is to do nothing, to simply be present with the process." For days, Kenji struggled. It was the hardest thing he had ever been asked to do. His mind screamed with the need to control, to shape, to achieve. But he persisted. He sat, he breathed, he let go. And slowly, slowly, the tension began to drain from his body. His mind grew quiet. He started to feel the subtle life in the clay beneath his fingers. On the last day, as he sat in this state of relaxed, open presence, his hands began to move. On their own, they were not his hands, driven by his ego. They were simply hands, moving in perfect harmony with the clay. A form rose up, a beautiful, simple, slightly imperfect bowl. And when it was done, Kenji looked at it, and for the first time, tears of joy filled his eyes. He had not made this pot. He had allowed it to be born. This is the profound wisdom of Wu Wei, of non-doing. It is not to be confused with laziness, passivity, or apathy. It is the highest form of action. It is the state of being in the flow, of moving with the grain of life rather than struggling against it. It is action that arises spontaneously, from a place of deep stillness, intuition, and presence, rather than from the frantic calculations and striving of the ego. We spend so much of our lives trying to push the river. Wu Wei is the wisdom of realizing that if we simply point our boat in the right direction, the river's current will carry us with far greater power and grace than our own frantic paddling ever could. It is the release of the exhausting need to constantly strive, control, and force outcomes. Our metaphor for this practice is a still pond. A pond does not have to try to reflect the sky. It does not exert any effort. It simply has to be still. And in its stillness, it naturally, effortlessly, and perfectly reflects the clouds, the moon, and the trees. When we are agitated, when our minds are full of striving and effort, we are like a pond with ripples and waves, and our reflection of the world is distorted and unclear. Our actions arising from this state are clumsy and ineffective. The practice of non-doing is the practice of allowing the waters of our mind to become still, so that our actions can become a clear and perfect reflection of reality. Let us enter. this state of stillness and non-doing right now, allow your body to be completely at rest. Let go of any last, lingering impulse to adjust your position or to meditate correctly. For these next few moments, there is absolutely nothing to do. There is nothing to achieve. There is nowhere to go. There is only being. Bring your awareness to your breath, but with a new quality of attention. You are not doing breathing. You are not even watching your breathing. You are simply being with the breath. Let the breath breathe itself. Your body knows how to do this perfectly, without any help from your conscious mind. Release all control. Simply rest in the awareness of this gentle, automatic, life-sustaining rhythm. You are being breathed now. Expand your awareness to include your entire body. Let your body simply be. Let it be heavy or light, warm or cool, tense or relaxed. You are not trying to change any of these sensations. You are not trying to fix anything. You are dropping all projects, even the subtle project of trying to relax. You are simply allowing your body to be exactly as it is in this moment. This is a radical act of acceptance and trust. You are trusting in the innate intelligence of your body. Allow your mind to simply be as well. Thoughts may arise. They may be busy or calm. Do not try to stop them. Do not try to quiet them. Simply let them be, like clouds drifting through the vast, still sky of your awareness. You are not doing the thinking. Thinking is just happening. Let it happen. Let it go. You are resting as the silent, effortless awareness behind the thoughts. This state of non-doing can feel strange at first. We are so conditioned to be human doings rather than human beings. The urge to control, to fix, to improve is deeply ingrained. See this urge, too, as just another thought, another cloud. You don't have to act on it. You can simply let it pass. The peace you are seeking is not found in rearranging the contents of your experience. It is found in resting as the unchanging context for all experience. The still pond. When we can access this state of being, even for a few moments, our actions in the world begin to change. We become less reactive, more responsive. We learn to wait for the right moment to act, rather than forcing things prematurely. We find that we have more energy because we are no longer wasting it on unnecessary struggle and resistance. The right words come more easily. The right solutions appear more clearly. We are no longer a frustrated potter fighting with the clay. We are a master musician, allowing the music of life to flow through us as we bring this deep, restful reflection to a close. Continue to abide in this state of effortless being. There is nothing you need to hold on to. The sound of the still pond and the single water droplet fades into a gentle, resonant silence. After a moment, a new sound emerges, one that suggests harmony and connection. It could be the sound of two different but complementary musical notes being played on a cello or a flute, creating a beautiful, resonant chord that speaks of unity. From the deep, quiet peace of non-doing, from that state of allowing things to be as they are, we can now turn our gentle, accepting gaze to the inner, the landscape of our own hearts. And there, we may find that it is not always a peaceful kingdom. We may find that there are conflicting parts of ourselves, warring factions that have been locked in a long and exhausting struggle. This brings us to the sacred and healing work of building a bridge of reconciliation. It is the journey of moving from inner conflict to inner harmony, from self-division to a profound and courageous wholeness. To illuminate this path of integration, let us imagine a village that was built on two sides of a wide, fast-flowing river. The people on the east bank were known for their discipline, their hard work, and their love of order and tradition. They were the farmers, the builders, the keepers of the laws. Their lives were structured, predictable, and safe. The people on the West Bank were known for their creativity, their spontaneity, and their love of music, art, and wildness. They were the poets, the musicians, the dancers, the dreamers. Their lives were passionate, unpredictable, and free. For generations, these two sides of the village had been in a state of deep conflict. There was no bridge between them, only a few rickety ferry boats. The East Bankers looked across the river and saw the West Bankers as lazy, chaotic, and irresponsible. They do nothing but play and dream. They would say with disdain, "They are a danger to our stability." The West Bankers looked across the river and saw the East Bankers as rigid, boring, and lifeless. They live in cages of their own making. They would sing in their songs. They have forgotten how to feel joy. Each side defined itself in opposition to the other. Each side believed that for it to be right, the other side had to be wrong. They spent enormous energy defending their own bank and criticizing the other, and the village as a whole suffered. The laws of the East Bank lacked creativity and compassion. The art of the West Bank lacked discipline and structure. The village was incomplete, a house divided against itself. Into this divided village came a woman named Mara, who was neither from the East nor the West, but had lived on both sides and loved them equally. She was not a great leader or a powerful warrior. She was a bridge builder. She went to the elders of both sides with a simple, radical proposal. "You have been fighting for 100 years, she said. "Your conflict is a wound that will never heal. I propose that we stop fighting and instead we build a bridge." At first, both sides were outraged. "Collaborate with them," they shouted. "Never." But Mara was patient. She didn't argue. She simply started the work herself. She began gathering stones for the foundation on a small island in the middle of the river. Day after day, she worked alone. Her quiet, dedicated presence was a powerful statement. Slowly, out of curiosity, a few villagers came to watch. An engineer from the East Bank, intrigued by the technical challenge, came and offered his advice on how to build the foundation. A poet from the West Bank, moved by the beauty of Mara's vision, came and began to sing songs of the future bridge, a bridge of connection. Soon, more people joined. The farmers from the East brought their strong carts to haul the stones. The artists from the West designed elegant, beautiful railings. As they worked together, side by side, something miraculous began to happen. They began to talk to each other. The farmer learned that the poet's dreams gave meaning to his hard work. The poet learned that the farmer's discipline provided the stability he needed to create his art. They discovered that they were not enemies. They were two necessary, complementary halves of a single whole. They needed each other. The East Bank was the structure. The West Bank was the spirit. When the bridge was finally complete, it was a masterpiece of both engineering and art, stronger and more beautiful than either side could have built alone. The day it opened, the entire village celebrated together. Meeting in the middle of the bridge, their conflict dissolved, not by a final battle, but by a shared act of creation. The river still flowed between them, but it was no longer a division. It was simply a feature of their now whole and integrated village. This is the work we must do within our own hearts. Each of us is this divided village. We have our own inner East Bank, the part of us that is responsible, disciplined, practical, the part that pays the bills and plans for the future. And we have our own inner West Bank, the part of us that is spontaneous, creative, playful. The part that dreams, feels deeply, and loves beauty. And for most of our lives, these two parts are at war. The responsible part looks at the creative part and calls it lazy, frivolous, and a waste of time. The creative part looks at the responsible part and calls it a boring, tyrannical prison guard. We try to live on one bank while denying the other. We might live a life of pure discipline, repressing our creative or emotional side, which then leads to a life that feels sterile, joyless, and empty. Or we might live a life of pure impulse, neglecting our responsibilities, which leads to a life of chaos, instability, and anxiety. The path to wholeness is not to choose a side. It is to become the bridge builder. It is to recognize that both sides are essential, valuable, and necessary parts of who you are. Our metaphor is this bridge of reconciliation. A bridge does not eliminate the river. It honors the river, while creating a conscious, strong, and beautiful connection between the two banks. The practice of inner reconciliation is the building of this bridge. The foundation stones are self-acceptance. The strong cables are compassion. The smooth roadway is mindful awareness. Let us begin the work of building this bridge within you. Now, settle into your body and bring your awareness to your own inner landscape. And I want to invite you to identify two parts of yourself that seem to be in conflict. Perhaps it is the part of you that craves security and stability, and the part that craves freedom and adventure. Perhaps it is the part of you that is strong and independent, and the part that is soft, vulnerable, and longs to be cared for. Perhaps it is your inner critic, the part that is harsh and judgmental, and your inner child, the part that feels wounded and small. Perhaps it is the part of you that is spiritual and seeks peace, and the part that is worldly and has ambition and desire. Choose one inner conflict that feels present for you, and for a moment, let yourself feel the two opposing sides. Feel the tension between them, the tug-of-war. Acknowledge that this conflict has been draining your energy and costing you your peace. Now, we will become Mara, the wise bridge builder. Instead of taking a side, we will move to the island of neutral, compassionate awareness in the middle of the river. From this place, I want you to first turn your attention to one side, one bank. Let's say it's your east bank, the responsible, practical part of you. Extend your awareness to this part, and instead of judging it, I want you to thank it. Thank it for all the hard work it has done to keep you safe and secure. Acknowledge its positive intention. It may be rigid, but its intention is to protect you. Offer this part your compassion and your appreciation. Feel it soften as it receives your kindness. Now, from the same central island of awareness, turn your attention to the other side, the West Bank, your spontaneous, creative, emotional part, and extend your awareness to this part. Instead of dismissing it as frivolous or chaotic, thank it. Thank it for bringing you joy, for allowing you to feel deeply, for coloring your life with beauty and passion. Acknowledge its positive intention, which is to make your life rich and meaningful. Offer this part your deep compassion and your appreciation. Feel it soften as it is finally seen and valued. Now, you will begin to build the bridge. The bridge is your conscious, loving attention. In your mind's eye, see a beautiful, luminous bridge of light extending from your heart. Connecting these two banks, these two parts of yourself. Stand in the middle of that bridge. And from this place, you can see and hear both sides clearly. You can acknowledge the needs of both sides. You can say to your responsible part, I see your need for security, and it is valid. We will honor that. And you can say to your creative part, I see your need for joy and freedom, and it is valid. We will honor that too. The work of the bridge builder is not to choose one over the other. It is to find a creative, wise way for both to coexist and cooperate. It is to ask the question, how can I be both responsible and creative? How can I be both secure and free? When we build this inner bridge, we stop being at war with ourselves. The energy that was once wasted on inner conflict is now liberated for living a more full, vibrant, and integrated life. We become more flexible, more creative, and more whole. We realize that our greatest strength lies not in the dominance of one part over the another, but in their harmonious collaboration. As we bring this healing reflection to a close, continue to hold the image of this beautiful bridge of light within you, connecting all the disparate parts of your being. This bridge is always available to you. Whenever you feel torn or conflicted, you can return to this place of compassionate awareness and stand in the middle of your bridge. Let this final, gentle question guide you toward a greater sense of inner harmony. What inner part of yourself, long exiled to a distant shore, might be asking for connection and understanding tonight? And can you begin to build a bridge of kindness towards it right now? Rest in the feeling of your own emerging wholeness. You are vast enough and strong enough to hold all the different parts of you with love. The earthy, subterranean sounds from the previous section slowly begin to lighten and expand. They are gradually replaced by a soundscape that is vast, ethereal, and atmospheric. It is the sound of a cool, gentle morning air, perhaps with the distant, resonant chime of a single bell, creating a sense of boundaries softening, of mist rising, and of the world waking into a unified whole. We have stood on the firm ground of our own being, nourished by the seeds of our potential. We have learned the grace of effortless action and built a bridge of compassion to the warring factions within our own hearts. Having cultivated this inner harmony, we now approach a final, subtle, and beautiful dissolution. We turn our gaze to the most persistent boundary of all, the line we draw between ourself and the world. This is the journey into non-duality, the gentle melting of the horizon between the observer and the observed, a homecoming to the seamless, unified reality of which we have always been a part. To feel our way into this profound truth, let us consider the life of a mist. It was born in the deep, cool shadows of a river valley just before dawn. As the earth exhaled its moisture into the cooling air, the mist coalesced, forming a thick, white blanket that hugged the contours of the land. It had a clear sense of its own identity. I am the mist, it would sense to itself. I am this white, flowing shape. I am separate from the dark river below me and the silent, sleeping trees whose trunks I enshroud. I am here, and the world is out there. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace, a singular entity drifting through the valley, acutely aware of its own form, its own edges, its own separation from everything else. As the first faint light of dawn began to touch the high ridges above, a warmth began to filter down into the valley. The mist felt this warmth not as something separate, but as a gentle call, an invitation to rise. Slowly, it began to lift from the river, its edges swirling and softening. As it rose, it could see more of the world, but it still maintained its sense of self. Now I am above the river, it thought. Now I am among the treetops. It saw the emerging sun, a brilliant, distant object, and felt its light as a force acting upon it, causing it to change, too thin, to become more luminous. The higher it rose, the warmer it became. Its once well-defined edges grew increasingly transparent and diffuse. The clear line that had separated mist from air began to blur. A strange and wonderful feeling began to permeate its being. The sense of a solid, central self, of I am. The mist started to feel less and less real. It was expanding, becoming lighter, intermingling with the air and the sunlight in a way that made it impossible to tell where one began and the other ended. For a moment, a flicker of panic arose there. Fear of annihilation. I am disappearing. I am losing my form, myself. It cried out to the vastness. But the process was too gentle, too beautiful, too natural to be resisted. It was not a violent death, but a sublime unfolding. As it continued to rise, it looked down and saw the whole valley, the river, the trees, the earth not as separate things, but as the very source from which it had been born. It looked up and saw the boundless, brilliant blue sky, not as a separate entity it was moving toward, but as the very medium it was becoming. In a final, graceful, and complete release, the last vestiges of its form dissolved. The mist was gone, but it had not ceased to exist. It had simply relinquished its limited, temporary identity and merged back into the greater truth of what it had always been a part of. It was now the sky. It was now the air. It was now the humidity that would later form a cloud. It was now the light that warmed the entire landscape. Its sense of separation was revealed to be a beautiful, temporary dream. Its true nature was boundless. Its homecoming was not a loss, but an infinite expansion. This is the deep and subtle teaching of non-duality. It is the final dissolving of the horizon line that our minds perpetually draw between in here and out there. We live our entire lives from the perspective of a separate self, a me inside a body, looking out through our eyes at a world that is fundamentally separate. From us, I am the observer. The world is the observed. This subject-object split is the root of our deepest sense of alienation. It is the final illusion that keeps us from experiencing a state of profound peace and unity with all that is. The journey of awakening culminates in the experiential realization that this separation is a construct of the mind. The observer and the observed, the seer and the seen are not two. They are different aspects of a single, unified, and seamless reality. Our metaphor is this dissolving horizon. Think of looking out over the ocean at dawn. The line between the water and the sky can seem sharp and clear, but as the light changes and the mist rises, that line begins to soften, it blurs. In some places, it becomes impossible to say with certainty where the sea ends and the sky begins. They merge into a single, luminous field of color and light. This is what happens to our sense of self in deep states of meditative awareness. The sharp line between me and not me begins to dissolve, revealing a single, continuous field of existence. Let us gently approach this feeling of dissolution now. As you rest here, bring your awareness first to the felt sense of your physical body. Feel its weight, its temperature, its solidity. Feel the clear boundary of your skin, the line that seems to separate your body from the air around it. Acknowledge this feeling of being a distinct, separate entity. This is our familiar reality. Now, let's begin to soften this boundary. Bring your attention to the sensation of the air touching your skin. Feel the coolness or the warmth. Notice that there is a constant, intimate exchange happening at this boundary. The air you breathe in was, a moment ago, out there. Now it is in here. The warmth radiating from your skin is moving from in here to out there. The boundary is not a solid wall. It is a permeable membrane, a site of constant communion. Rest with this feeling of the boundary becoming more porous, more breathable. Now, let's expand our awareness. Feel the space that your body is occupying, but also feel the space in the room that your body is not occupying. Let your awareness fill the entire room. Feel the silence in the room. Is that silence inside you or outside you? Or is it a single field of silence in which your body is resting? Let your awareness be like the mist, gently expanding to fill the entire space, its edges beginning to blur. Let's take this one step further. Become aware of the consciousness that is experiencing all of this. The awareness that is hearing these words, feeling the sensations in your body, and holding these thoughts. Where is this awareness located? Is it inside your head, looking out? Or is it more like a field, a space in which your head, your body, and the entire room are all appearing? Gently entertain the possibility that you are not a small consciousness inside a body. Entertain the possibility that you are a vast, open field of consciousness, and your body is a sensation within you. You are the space, not the object. You are the awareness, not the thing you are aware of. This is not something to be figured out with the thinking mind. The thinking mind is what creates the separation in the first place. This is something to be felt, to be relaxed into. It is a process of letting go of the tight, constricted feeling of being a separate me, and allowing your sense of self to expand, to merge with the vast, peaceful, unified field of being dot. As you rest in this state, you may notice that feelings of fear or resistance arise. This is natural. The ego, the sense of a separate self, can perceive this dissolution as a threat, a death. Meet this fear with the same gentle, allowing awareness. See it as just another cloud passing through the vast sky of your being. You are the space that is big enough to hold even the fear of your own dissolution. Resting in this non-dual awareness brings a peace that is beyond understanding, when there is no me to defend and no other to fear what is left. Only a state of profound, peaceful, and loving presence. You look at a tree, and for a moment, the sense of you looking at a tree disappears, and there is only treeing, a single, unified event. You hear a sound, and there is only hearing. You feel the world not as an object, but as the very texture of your own being. This is the state of homecoming the mystics speak of. It is not about going somewhere else. It is about realizing the undivided nature of where you already are. As we bring this deep, subtle exploration to a close, allow your awareness to rest in this feeling of soft boundaries and spacious unity. Let the horizon of yourself continue to dissolve into the landscape of reality. Let this final, gentle question guide you into the deepest peace you have yet experienced. What sense of separateness, what final boundary between you and the world are you now willing to allow to gently dissolve tonight? Rest not as a person in a room, but as the silent, aware presence in which the room, the body, and all of experience are gently floating. You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in the ethereal, atmospheric sounds of the dissolving horizon fade into a complete and profound silence. This silence is held for a long time. It is not empty, but full of presence. Then, emerging from the heart of the silence, a single, pure, and resonant sound, like a perfectly struck singing bowl, rings out and slowly fades, leaving only peace in its wake. We have journeyed to the edge of the self and have lovingly allowed its boundaries to dissolve into the seamless whole of reality. And here, in this place of profound unity, we arrive at our final destination, which is the very place we started. We arrive at the still point. This is the silent, unmoving center of our being, the hub around which the wheel of all our experience, our thoughts, feelings, and sensations has always been turning. This is the awakening we seek, not as a future event to be achieved, but as a present reality to be recognized. It is the discovery of the profound, unshakable peace that has been patiently waiting for us beneath the entire drama of our lives. There is a final story that illuminates this homecoming. It is the story of a young seeker named Callan. From a young age, Callan was filled with a deep spiritual thirst. He read all the books about enlightenment and became convinced that it was a treasure to be found, a hidden kingdom to be entered, a final, ecstatic state to be achieved. And so, he left his simple home and began his quest. He traveled to the highest mountains, seeking out renowned gurus and powerful masters in remote monasteries. He studied ancient texts, his mind becoming sharp and full of complex philosophical concepts. He practiced grueling asceticisms, pushing his body to its limits. Believing that enlightenment was a reward for his effort, he would ask every teacher he met the same question: what is enlightenment, and how can I get it? One master told him, enlightenment is a state of pure, blissful light. To get it, you must meditate for 10 hours a day. Callan did this for years, and he experienced states of bliss, but they always faded, leaving him with the same old feeling of restless seeking. Another master told him, enlightenment is the realization of ultimate emptiness. To get it, you must see through the illusion of all phenomena. Callan did this, deconstructing his experience until his mind was a desert of intellectual nihilism, but he found no peace there. He spent decades on his quest, growing old in his search, always looking for a special state, a secret place, a final answer that was out there somewhere. Finally, weary, disappointed, and no closer to his goal, he decided to return home. He journeyed back to the simple village he had left so long ago. He felt like a failure. His great quest had yielded nothing. He moved back into his small, humble room, the same one he had left as an eager young man. One afternoon, as he sat dejectedly, an old woman from the village, a woman he had known his whole life, who was known for her simple kindness and her beautiful garden, came to visit him. She brought him a cup of tea. "You have been all over the world," she said, her voice gentle and kind. "Did you find what you were looking for?" Callan sighed, a sound of deep weariness. "No," he said. "I have studied with the greatest masters and practiced the hardest disciplines, but enlightenment has eluded me. I have failed." The old woman looked at him with eyes full of a deep, simple wisdom. "Perhaps," she said softly, "the problem is not that you have failed to find it. Perhaps the problem is that you have been looking for it. Where have you been looking that you have not found it?" Her simple question struck Callan's heart like a bolt of lightning. In that instant, he saw the entire structure of his search with stunning clarity. He had always been looking out there. He had been looking for it in a different place, in a future time, in a special, altered state of mind. He had been trying to achieve it, to attain it, to add it to himself. He looked around his simple, familiar room. He saw the light slanting Through the window, he heard the sound of children playing outside. He felt the warmth of the teacup in his hands. He felt the sensation of his own breathing. All of this had been here, always. This simple, ordinary, present moment reality. He had traveled the world searching for a treasure, only to return home and find that the treasure was the very ground he was sitting on. It was the simple, silent, aware presence that was experiencing the light, the sound, the warmth, the breath. It was not a state to be achieved. It was the very nature of his own being, which he had overlooked in his frantic search for something more. Peace was not a destination. It was his own starting point. In that moment of profound realization, he stopped seeking, and in the moment he stopped seeking, he found everything. He bowed his head to the old woman, a silent thank you not for giving him an answer, but for asking the question that brought him home to himself. This is the final teaching of our long journey together. Awakening is not a destination. It is the realization that the peace you seek is not separate from you. It is the still point of awareness that is here, right now, in this moment, witnessing these words. It has been with you through every single experience of your life. It was the silent witness to your childhood joys, your adolescent heartbreaks, your adult struggles and triumphs. It is the unchanging screen on which the entire movie of your life has been playing. Our metaphor is this still point. In the heart of a spinning cyclone, there is a point of perfect calm. At the hub of a turning wheel, there is a point that does not move. This is your true nature. Your life may be a whirlwind of activity. Your mind may be a spinning wheel of thoughts. But at your very core, there is a still point of pure, peaceful, and silent awareness. The entire spiritual path is simply the journey of shifting your identification from the spinning chaos of the periphery to the deep, unshakable peace of the center dot. And so, we bring our journey to a close by returning to where we began. Remember, hours ago, when we first settled in, I spoke of a restless whisper in your mind, an echo of the day's demands, a quiet ache from burdens carried too long. We have honored that restlessness. We have allowed the gentle current of the river to carry away your burdens. We have found the inner lantern of stillness that illuminates the dark. We have accepted the transient beauty of the falling leaf. We have seen the freedom of the empty boat. We have nurtured the lotus of compassion in our own hearts. We have listened to the silence between the notes. We have become the clear mirror of acceptance. We have breathed the gentle breath of presence. We have felt the unseen threads of connection. We have emptied our cup to receive wisdom. We have dropped the heavy stone of unforgiveness. We have felt the roots of the steadfast oak. We have heard the whispers of intuition. We have traced the golden thread of gratitude. We have soared in the open sky of freedom, and we have nurtured the humble seed of our own potential. We have reconciled our inner conflicts and dissolved the final horizon. And all of these practices, all of these stories have been pointers, guiding you back to this one simple, profound truth. The peace you have been seeking is the peace that has been seeking you. It is the very essence of who you are. Let us rest in this final, deep, and abiding peace. This is your homecoming. Feel the stillness that lies beneath all sound. Feel the presence that exists before all thought. Feel the peace that underlies all emotion. This is your true refuge. This is the still point. This is you as you drift now into a deep and restorative sleep. What profound stillness will you carry with you? There is nothing more to do, nothing to achieve, nothing to figure out. Simply rest. Rest in the vast, peaceful, loving awareness that you are. Tonight, you have listened deeply. You have undertaken a great journey inward. Tomorrow, when you wake, may you begin to live with the quiet, simple, and profound wisdom that you have rediscovered within yourself. The journey is complete, and the journey is always just beginning. Thank you for sharing this space. If this journey has served you, please feel free to return to it whenever you need to find your way back to the still point. Peace be with you.